All right, welcome everyone to the North Middlesex Regional School District School Committee meeting. It is June 23rd, 2026. It is 6:02 p.m. In attendance, we have Jackie White, Keenan Francois, Michael Labossiere, Chris Sloan, Lisa Bloom, Alexander Bancuti, Kim Craven, and myself as school committee members. In administration, we have Robin Ivy, Dr. Reese, Superintendent Morgan, Dr. Comier, Principal Lori Smith, and teacher Kevin Lundstrom, and Principal Olmsted. Did I get everyone on the screen?
I think you did.
All right, we have a consent agenda. May I take a motion? We are going to take out the April 14th minutes. Those are not ready quite yet, so those are coming off the consent agenda for tonight. So does somebody want to make a motion for the consent agenda?
I move to accept the consent agenda as presented, excluding the April 14, 2026 minutes.
That is Keenan Francois on the motion. Do I have a second?
A second.
And Michael Labossiere on a second. Anyone have any comments or questions about the consent agenda?
I think the plan here, since we're voting on the whole thing, is I still abstain from this, right? Since this
It has
includes
payroll.
Yeah.
It has payroll. And Alexander probably as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Unless we want to exclude. Next time, we'll rearrange the agenda and have those in a separate area so that you guys can vote on the agenda except for the payroll.
Okay.
All right. If that's okay with everyone. All right. Jackie White.
Yes.
Keenan Francois.
Yes.
Michael Labossiere.
Yes.
Chris Sloan.
Abstain.
Lisa Bloom. Lisa Bloom.
Sorry, yes.
Alexander Bancuti.
Abstain.
Kim Craven.
Yes.
And myself, yes. All right, moving on to public comment. I think we do have two public comments.
Yeah, hold on 1 minute for me. We had a Alan Leo. If Alan is on the call, could he raise his hand, please?
He just joined in.
Oh, there he goes. Okay, Alan, you should be all set to talk.
Alan,
Can you hear
will
me?
you give? Yes, we can hear you. Would you give your address and your name, please,
Sure.
for the record?
Alan Leo Jr., 14 Main Street, in the wonderful town of Pepperell, Massachusetts, in the county of Middlesex, in the nation of the United States of America.
All right, thank you, Alan.
All right.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, so I had learned about the NFC proposal for the school by social media, and the only thing that I was concerned about was that the town of Townsend already has the equipment themselves, from what I understand. So I didn't know so my concern is, are we duplicating what has already been invested for Townsend, the town of Townsend, for the district? That was because we were looking at it too. The Recreation Commission of Pepperell has been looking at it as well. So that was just my comment, my takeaway, because a town of Townsend, the size of a town like Townsend, having two NFCs probably doesn't make the best of sense, in my humble opinion. But that's just my own opinion, and I leave you with that. But that was something I wanted to share with you, because I didn't know if the NFC had told you that Townsend had that, and that Emmy supposedly has the equipment in storage. So that's just something, just adding my 2 cents.
Thank you, Alan.
All right, thank you.
All right. And I think Brandy Rush has a public comment she wants to make as well.
You're all set, Randy. You can talk.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you. I wanted to quickly try and just make some comments to you about the agenda, one item on the agenda tonight, and that is the draft that is out for policy BE on the school committee meetings. I wanted to first provide a little bit of history. As far as having one meeting a week or a month rather, that is something new that got instituted in 2024. So we've only been through 2 years of doing one meeting per month. Before that, we were meeting every 3 weeks with, I believe, 2 meetings in February for budget. At that time, for many, many years, we did not have a lot of meetings that went to the lengths that they do now. When we had voted in going to one meeting a month to reduce the number of meetings, it was discussed that the meetings would get longer. So knowing that, and also knowing that the amount of business that the school committee needs to conduct within a year has not changed. If it has, it has probably gotten a little bit more. I would suggest and hope that instead of just artificially putting a time limit on your meetings, that you actually dive into why you are having longer meetings than you would like. Find out what the issues are and try and solve those issues, because that will help make your meetings more productive, getting all of your work done, and have the length of meeting that you are seeking out. It could be that there's just too much work for the number of meetings that you've cut it down by, because I think it's cut down by about 5 meetings a year, 4 or 5. It could be that members aren't getting enough information ahead of time, and so there's a lot more discussion in the meetings on some of these topics. It could be something else entirely, but until someone starts to look into why the meetings are this long, I think that should be what you're looking at versus just an artificial time limit. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Anyone else have any comments? Anyone signed up more?
No.
All right. All right, moving on. Chairperson's report. In the folder or in the document, you guys will see a letter that went out to legislators on more funding and development of the commission. That is something that is important for our school funding, and looking for support there from legislators as we move forward with that. The CORI authorization form, I ask that everyone fill out a CORI. That is so that you can be in the schools, and your background check is clear, and it's good for 3 years. So I ask that all school committee members fill that out. And Robin
Lisa,
has posted.
I emailed all the members that either need a CORI or have an outdated CORI. So if you could just get that information in as soon as possible. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me or Charlene from HR.
Yeah, I emailed mine in earlier, so you can check mine off on the tracker. And
Okay.
I did it a while ago, but I didn't mention it. So
Okay. Thank you, Michael.
And something else is there's some training with MASC that everyone should be taking, and it's the introductory course. And I think most people have taken it, just making sure that you guys are up to date on that. And also your ethics training. Make sure that that's filed with your towns as well. And we will be getting to conflict of interest things down below later in the agenda that we will discuss as well. All right, and I want to congratulate the graduates of 2026. It was a beautiful ceremony, and I hope that everyone is enjoying their summer and going forward with that. All right, Superintendent Morgan.
I just have a real quick announcement right now, and then I have more later in the meeting as part of my report. But did just want to let the public know, and there will be something going out before the end of the week that includes having the track being open. So the track opened yesterday at 5:30 a.m. It's going to be open from 5:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. every day until later on in August when the preseason starts, and then the time will be modified somewhat. I'm not sure of the fall preseason schedule at this point, but as of now, Monday to Friday, the track is open from 5:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. every day for the public use.
And Brad, that's a change, right? That's new for us this summer.
It's been open before. It was open last year for a period of time as well, and I believe the year before that as well. So we do try to get it open. We just have to have it. The key is making sure that we have somebody in the area, only because along with the track comes the turf field, which has a warranty that could be easily voided if things are brought on or into the facility that should not be there, such as a certain type of cleat or spike, certain types of drinks, tobacco products, animals. Those are all things that we have had issues with before. Bicycles on the track could void that warranty. So just making sure that somebody is just in the area to make sure that neither the track or the turf field are damaged. And we do have that in the morning with our outside maintenance crew now, and the kids being out for the summer.
Great.
All right. All right, moving on to Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Reese.
Good evening, everyone. Robin, I'm going to send a share request.
Oh, yep. You should be all set.
Thank you. So this evening, I wanted to just update the school committee and the community on the outcomes of two of the grants that we had received this year. The first being our Arts and Cultural Vitality Self-Evaluation Grant. And this was through DESE. And really the goal of the grant was to look at what our arts and cultural programming is in the district, to identify our areas of strength, to identify areas that we can continue to grow. And then the final step, as you'll see at the end of the slide presentation, is really around action planning of what do we do with this information and how do we move forward to ensure that we're providing a strong arts and cultural program here in the district. So there were 4 parts to the Arts and Cultural Vitality Evaluation. The first looked at infrastructure. What are the structures we have in place in the district to support a strong programming? What opportunities do we have make available for our students and for the community to be part of a strong arts and cultural programming? What's the level of participation? And then what's the impact of the programming that we do provide? So within those 4 areas, each area had indicators, and we had a team that was representative of members of the elementary, middle, and high school arts programming teachers. And what we did was we sat down and we looked at each of the indicators and evaluated whether this was an area of strength or an area of challenge for our district, or somewhere in the middle. What was interesting when we first started this process, and the goal of this tool initially, was to do it globally and come up with one score for the district. But what we found was within the different levers and on specific indicators, the elementary staff saw something as a strength, whereas the high school staff might have seen it not so much a strength. And so we consulted with DESE around that and came to the agreement that it would be better for us to evaluate this from an elementary, middle, and high school perspective to really be able to hone in on what the strengths and what the areas of challenges are for the district. So overall, here's what it looks like. As you can see, here's the 4 levers and the scores that came up for elementary, middle, and high school. And anywhere that was in the lower range, 0% to 25%, is considered what's called untapped vitality. It's something that we're not there yet, but we have the opportunity and we know how to grow all the way up to strong vitality. So those are the ratings. And you can see, it was interesting, you can see the real distinctions between the different levels and why averaging wouldn't have been as meaningful for us to look at. overall, and this is what I'm going to go through these really quickly, but these are just the 4 different levers, and it shows us what some of the strengths were. For the rating 1, elementary and high school saw this as strong. Middle school saw it as more of a challenge. And really what some of the things that came up around this were some challenges that we need to look at around scheduling, around what happens on snow days in terms of opportunities for students to be able to receive arts programming. Class sizes came up as a topic and an issue of concern. Some of the strengths were all elementary and middle school students participate in arts and music and have the opportunity to be involved in band and chorus. Whereas when you get up to the high school level, it's more, while there is some graduation requirements around taking an arts elective course, there's not as much of a requirement that everyone take it all the time. This goes into our second indicator. We saw it was developing for all 3 levels. You can see here some of the issues that came up. Again, you see some of the same topics about all students being able to participate. There's a variety of high school offerings. Some limitations in terms of what students are able to be offered at the elementary and middle school level as compared to the high school programming. And then a lack of diversity. So really we're looking at, how, and this is where we might start to really look at our action planning. What can we do to ensure that all students have equal access and opportunity and awareness of the rich programming that the district does offer? And then the other piece that came up throughout all 4 levels was around the PD offerings and just being able to strengthen that both for arts, performing and fine arts teachers, as well as arts programming and PD for our general teacher population. The third indicator or third lever, elementary saw this as a strength, middle and high school saw this, and this was really one that had a huge gap. They saw this at the beginning level versus a strength for the elementary level. And I think what played into that was really the level of parental involvement and engagement and attendance when you have activities at the elementary level versus what happens when you get up to the middle and high school level. And then the final area, lever, all 3 saw this as an area of development. And this was really around what are we using around data, how are we collecting data, what are we doing with the type of data that helps inform both student learning as well as opportunities to grow, and the professional development. So that's where this was kind of a lower area across all 3 levels. Here, and I've talked about this within the different areas, but you see from the elementary perspective, really some things that came up as strengths, as well as some opportunities for growth. And you're going to see a through line when we look at some of these opportunities for growth. When we go to the middle school, again, you're seeing for opportunities, professional development, expansion of electives, flexibility within the art curriculum, as well as at the high school, opportunities for professional development, and looking at how do we get families and the community involved during the school day with arts programming. So what do we do with all this? The next step, and hopefully we received a grant this year, hopefully there's going to be some grant funding for next year for us to go into phase 2, which would really be taking what we learned from the self-evaluation and developing an action plan. And then in year 2 and possibly year 3, looking at implementing that action plan, but really focusing next year on identifying some goals and how we're going to continue to grow and improve the arts programming. So I just wanted to share that. And then the other grant that we had received this year was around, or one of the other grants we received this year was for our ADA self-evaluation, which really gave us an opportunity to look at our 6 school buildings and have an outside consultant come in and evaluate accessibility for individuals, whether it be students or community with disabilities. We're at the final stage of that. They came in during the April vacation. They did tours of the building. They spent a day in each of the buildings really digging in. They've identified some preliminary areas for us, but we'll get the final report by June 30th. I think we're meeting June 29th or 30th next week with the committee or with the group where they're going to present their final report of findings. Again, we're hoping, and we did apply for a grant for next year, which would allow us, and we applied for a $250,000 grant, which would allow us to address some of the areas that are going to be identified in the final report. So I apologize, it went longer than I anticipated, but I wanted to give you a sense of what happens when we get grants and what's the work that we have as outcomes.
Thank you, Dr. Reeves. I'll ask if the committee has any questions, or if they do have questions, they can, of course, email you, and you would gladly answer those. Kim.
Thank you. It was really interesting to see. You mentioned the thought process of getting grant money to implement an action plan for the findings. If you don't get the grant funding, what would the action plan be to try to, I don't want to say make corrections, but to work on those areas that you identified?
Absolutely. That's a great question. So what we would have to look at is our long-range capital planning and identifying with the outside consultant, what are the areas of priority and kind of ranking them in terms of cost and looking at over multi-years, being able to address all of the aspects of that plan. So that's kind of the second step of there's a self-evaluation and then the transition plan. And the transition plan starts to look at what's the long-range plan for addressing those deficiencies or concerns.
Being unfamiliar, what is the cost of a typical implementation plan? Do you know offhand, or is that something that you might be able to research for us over the summer?
In terms of developing a plan or the actual action steps within it?
Sort of both. Like, just what does that look like for us over the foreseeable future?
So there's no real cost associated with like the development of the plan. That's part of the work that the outside consultant is helping with in terms of that transition piece. What we'll have to look at is sitting down with the buildings and grounds, sitting down with facilities, and starting to identify, are there any like low-hanging priorities that we can address with minimal costs? What are the things that have more extensive costs? And then working out with the school committee over a multiple year plan of what does that look like in terms of the capital improvement requests and how does that fit in? They'll be identifying some areas that they see as more critical, like needs that we have to address right away versus those ones that are important, but may not be as concerning in terms of just ensuring safety and accessibility.
Dr. Kumar.
And I can also say that on some of the other projects, we're sort of working what we anticipate some of the findings into them. So, for example, there's a curbing project that's about to start at Spalding, and we knew that the trough on the ramp was going to be sited. So we included that in the project. So that's not something that we're going to need to wait for Dr. Reese's grant to do. Like, we've already sort of eyeballed that and said, this is going to be a problem. We have somebody coming in to fix this area anyway. Let's address that. So we can kind of chip away at some of the findings over the next couple of years through other projects that happen to be addressing those same areas as well.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. We are going to move on then to the next item in the agenda, which is the student handbook. We are pulling this until the next meeting due to legal not returning it to us in a timely manner. Out of state and international student travel, this is Principal Smith, and she's going to discuss, and her team, I think Kevin Lundstrom is on as well, about what this entails and get the feeling of how the committee feels about international travel. It's not an approval tonight, it's just a discussion. All right.
Thanks.
Principal Smith?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I have a couple of staff members that would like to propose an international trip to get our students more involved in getting out of the country and just seeing what other cultures are like. And the original proposal was to look at it for August of 2027. However, just due to the time frame and how much it might cost, they're really looking off to push it to August of 2028, so they can kind of put a survey out to see about where students would like to go, and then how much that people are looking at they could spend, and then giving them enough time to get that money together. And we're just looking for approval for us to be able to start that process.
Does anyone have any questions or any concerns about this?
So I took a look at the policy regarding this, and as far as I can tell, there's no need for there's no need for the school committee to approve that sort of exploratory, like doing a survey, trying to get an idea of what would be wanted to be done. As far as I can tell, we only need to approve once there's an actual proposed trip with specific dates and all of that stuff. And then there's a whole bunch of information that the policy requires. But I don't think we're at that point yet, right? Like, we're not anywhere close to that point, as far as I can tell.
Correct. It's just a lot of legwork for the two teachers to do. So we just wanted to make sure that this was something that was even going to be considered before we get specific dates and specific places and times and like what it's going to cost.
So let me give you a little background. Sometimes districts have gone away from international travel because of the hassles that it creates.
Mm-hmm.
Some school districts like to have them for the kids' experience. Some school districts want to stay away from them because of legal issues. So I think what Principal Smith is asking is this an area where the school committee is comfortable and having them pursue this and do the legwork behind it?
Mm-hmm.
Jackie, I did see your hand up and I did see Keenan's hand up.
Yeah, so I mean, initially, I'm all for this. I think it would be an amazing value add to our students to be able to experience something like this. Lisa, I don't know if you have history or if anyone on our meeting has history of if we've done this in the past and if we did run into the hassle of legal issues or what may have been the reason for us discontinuing them.
I do know that this was during COVID, we had issues with the Washington, D.C. That's not international travel, but we did have money that was paid out by some parents and they did not get it back. These services, Superintendent Morgan and Principal Smith may be able to update me. These companies may have improved their policies around this due to different issues. I do know that the chaperones, when they do go on these trips, take a huge chunk of responsibility for the kids, and they're going international, which it's not as easy flight back, and there could be problems.
So they're looking at going through agency who does have travel insurance that they're looking to purchase through that. So that will take care of trip cancellation, any kind of medical emergencies, that type of thing. We have had international trips before in the past that have gone through different tour companies, but weren't necessarily school sponsored. We're looking for this international trip to be school sponsored, just so we can make sure that everything is, on the up and up and everything is all set. And but they're just looking to do it in the summertime.
Mm-hmm. But it would be school sponsored, but it would be operated by this tour company would be the idea.
They'll set up the logistics, and I can Kevin and Christian are on here. There are two teachers that are putting this forward. They're also both of the people that have been doing the NOLA trip and the New York Service Learning trip for the last few years. So they're well versed in traveling, not necessarily internationally with our students, but within the country. So Kevin or Christian, I don't know if you want to chime in on this.
Yeah, I can jump on briefly. I'm Kevin Lundstrom. Nice to meet everybody if I've not met you before. So in our initial conversations throughout this spring, we've been speaking with EF Tours. That's not a commitment to EF Tours as we're now speaking with you. But just in the preliminary, sort of seeing what this might entail and what it might look like, it would be run through EF Tours. They essentially plan the elements of the trip in terms of where the lodging is, where students would be eating, where students would be traveling to see different things. And then our side of it, with it being a school approved trip, would be that we are able to advertise to students in our school. We're able to sort of use the elements of the district to promote this as something that is school sponsored. And hopefully that gets more buy-in from students, and it keeps it focused on students of North Middlesex rather than it being a community trip where we don't have as much of a say in who is taking part in the trip, and it invites people from the outside in.
Jackie White.
Thanks, Kevin. I'm familiar with NOLA and the New York Service Learning Trips. Those models seem to work really great where we have some parents who chaperone and then also nurse that joins the trip as well. Do you think it would be the same model that we would follow for the international trip? And if so, um, like would it require budget money for us to set aside for being able to send teachers to chaperone and nursing staff, or how would that work?
So EF Tours operates at I believe it's 6-to-1 ratio for students to chaperones, for the chaperones to be covered. That being said, there is a set price that more chaperones can buy in at to be a part of the trip. But when we're looking at what is covered by EF Tours, it is that within that ratio of students. There is no requirement from EF Tours to have a nurse on the trip. If that is something that the district would prefer to feel more comfortable with the trip, then that is something that we could certainly work around and discuss the logistics of. From the EF Tours side of things, this trip could be as small as 6 students with 1 teacher. It could be, they can accommodate if it was 30 students with 5 teachers. Parents are also eligible as adult chaperones. It would be at the discretion of the trip coordinators at that point. Just with the comparison to the New York and the New Orleans trips, those are slightly different just in the sense that we are planning the details of the trip, the transportation, what we're doing when we're there. It's easier for us to have control over the price point because of that. We cook for ourselves, we transport ourselves. This would be organized through EF Tours, which takes a huge burden off in terms of the planning, but it does have the impact of less lateral movement on our end in terms of what the final price looks like.
Any further questions?
So we don't need to solve this now, but I know we had previously had discussions vis-a-vis international trips and nurses, and I honestly cannot remember what the end state of that conversation was. So we probably need to take another look at that. But I don't remember whether the policy requires, like our policy requires a nurse on international trips or not, but I know there was an issue around licensing and nurses and international trips. And so yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we check on that and make sure that that's addressed adequately. And now I'm trying to find the policy really quick, but I don't think I'm going to be able to find it that quickly. So let's not hold up the discussion on that.
Anyone else?
I guess the second point, though, broadly speaking, I totally am on board with this. I fully support this as long as all of the like legal stuff and logistical stuff can be worked out. And like if the policy requires adjusting in order to make this work, we would have to talk about that, obviously. But like I want to make sure that if this is gonna happen, that it like everything is done according to the policy. And if that means that the policy needs to be adjusted to the reality of the current situation of how this trip is going to work, then we should make sure we do that.
I second what Mike just said. I think this is a great idea. Thank you. Kevin and Lori for bringing this forward.
All right, so if everyone is okay with it, we will assign the policy committee to look at the traveling international policy and to make sure that that is up and legal. Does that sound okay with everyone?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so that's a good consensus. I don't think we need a formal vote on it. I think we'll just assign it to the policy committee and they can bring it back. All right.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your time. All right, moving on to the appointment of a new treasurer. Michael Hartnett, after 35 years, has decided to retire. And so we will be inviting him to our next meeting to give him a formal thank you and wish him the best in his retirement. But tonight, Superintendent Morgan and Dr. Comier and Ms. Haynes are bringing back an appointment for treasurer. And so I'm going to let them discuss this. Whoever wants to take the lead, go ahead.
I can turn it over to Nancy and Dr. Cormier.
Nancy, you're on mute. It's okay.
You'd think I get that one of these times. So we had put out an advertisement based on our job description, which I noticed the job description is in the packet, and that's been in place for quite some time. We did get a couple of inquiries, and we interviewed Katie, and we're pleased that she is also a district treasurer or a town treasurer collector for the town of Groton. And she applied for the position, and we had an interview. I think Kevin, myself, and Lisa met with her and felt really comfortable with her qualifications to the job. She'd be new to being a regional school district treasurer, but was has fantastic experience that can be applied. So we made a recommendation to the superintendent to consider her appointment.
Dr. Comier, do you have anything to add?
Just that she has some familiarity with Mike. Mike is staying on until July 18th, and we're already working on that. Should she get the appointment tonight, that he is going to be able to transition her in, do some training with her, get her up to speed. Just not necessarily with the job as much as just getting her used to how the district does things. So we sort of have a plan in place, and we'd love to have the appointment to move forward with.
All right. Any questions from the committee?
No questions, but having worked and know of her work in Townsend, fully support it and very pleased and excited that she applied for the job.
And just a character vouch from me, I think I only had a 20-minute interaction with her about probably a year ago now when I was selling her a phone. I don't know if she remembers me, but she's a wonderful person. Had a great conversation. So.
All right. Jackie White.
Can you say her name one more time? Sorry.
Kazanjian. Katie Kazanjian.
Got it. Thank you.
It took me a while to get that too, Jackie. I practiced before the call to make sure I had it correct. All right. So there is a motion on the agenda. If somebody would like to make that motion, we can.
There's two motions, it looks like. There's one for the job description, and then there's one for the appointment. Do we need to do both of those?
Let's do both of them. Is everyone read the job description? All right. Is somebody ready for the motion?
Yes, I move to approve the district treasurer job description as presented.
Second.
That is Michael Labossiere with the motion and Keenan Francois with the second. It is a roll call vote. Does anyone have any questions about the description of treasurer. All right. Sorry. Jackie White,
Yes.
Keenan Francois,
Yes.
Michael Lavoisier,
Yes.
Chris Sloan,
Yes.
Lisa Bloom,
Yes.
Alexander Bancuti,
Yes.
Kim Craven,
Yes.
and myself, yes. The next motion for appointment of Katie Kazanjian to district treasurer.
I move to appoint Katie Kazanjian as district treasurer for the 2026-2027 school year with a salary of, and I'm sorry, I don't have that right in front of me,
12,629.
12,629.
Per month, right?
Well, six
12639 is $12,629.
Okay. Oh, okay. I got it.
Not per month.
Okay, not per month.
I was gonna say.
No, okay, it said monthly basis, and I'm like, hang on a second. I'm like, oh wait, that means divided up. But okay, yep, I got it. Sorry.
All right, that is Jackie White with the motion.
Second.
And who was the second? Oh, Kim Craven with the second. All right, it's a roll call vote. Jackie White,
Yes.
Keenan Francois,
Yes.
Michael Lavoisier,
Yes.
Sloan,
Yes.
Lisa Bloom,
Yes.
Alexander Bancuti,
Yes.
Kim Craven,
Yes.
and myself, yes. All right. Congratulations, Miss Kazanjian. And I see that she is on the call as well. All right, moving on to the NMRSH Fitness Court, Dr. Reese and Superintendent Morgan.
Thank you. Good evening again, everyone. So what we wanted to do this morning was share an update and have a conversation around the proposed outdoor fitness court. Wanted to give some background information at first, and then Dr. Cormier is going to actually walk through what we're looking for in terms of proposed motions should the committee want to move forward with it. So as you may recall, back in the early May school committee meeting, I let the committee know that we had pursued and were awarded a grant in the amount of $40,000 through Blue Cross Blue Shield for a fitness court through this National Fitness Campaign program. And at that time, I was going to be exploring some additional funding sources to see if it was something that we wanted to propose to the committee to move forward with. At that time, the conversation with the National Fitness Campaign, which actually is used in these pictures as a sample of what the fitness court might look like, we realized that under Chapter 30B for procurement of equipment, that while they had said that other districts and communities had gotten under sole source, after consultation with our attorneys, they felt that we really needed to go out to a bid for the procurement of a fitness court, that it didn't fit under the criteria for sole source for fitness court. We were exploring it initially, though, because we saw some real benefits in terms of our physical education programming up at the high school to be able to offer an outdoor court for families or for students that had both circuit training areas as well as an open court area for more functional fitness training, and also that could be used for classroom space outside. Additionally, as you know, we've been talking this year about exploring career and technical education programming. We have submitted for a couple grants through the state to be able to offer public safety and construction craft trade laborer CT career and technical education programs. We haven't heard back from the state yet whether those have moved forward, But we saw that this court could also serve a dual benefit, not only for our physical education, our science courses, but also for the potential of career and technical education programming, particularly around the public safety, where they would be able to use the circuit area for training, physical training, and the other side for both their functional fitness as well as other routines and instruction that goes along with being a firefighter, that goes along with being a police officer, different training that they could do outside that. So that would meet that requirement for our career and technical education program. And finally, we also saw this as a good opportunity for our communities to have access to a court and be able to use this. And these courts come with applications or some way that people can get training on how to use it appropriately so that they can actually be safe while they're using the courts. So that was kind of where we went. At the time, like I said, we thought that it was a sole source, but then because of conversations with our attorneys, we did put out a bid for this. So we aren't presenting this evening for the grant through Blue Cross Blue Shield because we'd have to wait to see if that were, first of all, if the committee wants to move forward with this. Secondly, if we do move forward with it, they would have to be the vendor that we would select, and then we would look to the grant funding that goes along with that. What we're looking for here, and again, this is what you see in terms of the pictures of the court, that's a national fitness campaign court, but it's not necessarily who we will select as the vendor. If we move forward, we would go through complete the RFP process and award it to a vendor that provided the best option at the best price. But the location that we're looking at is right outside the high school, the gym. That space, Principal Smith has let us know that space does not have any type of sprinklers, loss of words, sprinkler system or anything underneath the ground so that we would be able to install the concrete block without interrupting anything around electrical or sprinklers. And then we would be looking to work with the selected vendor to provide a fitness area that had both the circuit and the functional training area. So I'm going to ask Dr. Cormier to walk through first, just so that you have an understanding. There's a number of motions that if we do move forward, we would need to take tonight. Just to give you a sense, the reason this has this timeline is we're really looking at being able to get this in place this summer, both the construction associated with it, as well as having people on site. The time to get this done is during the summer. And we've tried to outline through the RFP process a timeline that gets this done and in place by the end of August, so that when students come back, it's there and available for students to use. So again, what we're looking for this evening is there's a series of votes for you to consider after asking some questions around it. We have put out an RFP, again, just so that if we are moving forward with it, we can move forward in a timely process and have that accepted by June 30th. The site work and court installation would happen during the summer with the projected opening in September. So Dr. Cormier, do you want to walk through, there's 2 pages, so I'll have Dr. Cormier go through these, we'll answer any questions, and then we'll go back to them for the committee in terms of the motions.
Thank you, Dr. So I'll do my best here because it is still because we're in the middle of it right now. And as Dr. Reese mentioned, we have sort of 2 timelines to work with. One is for the construction installation procurement to be done for school to open in the fall, but also because we're trying to get some of this into the FY26 budget. And so we really want to be able to get, invoices out and have money encumbered and everything ready to go by June 30th. So as the previous slide indicated, the bid process will close June 30th. It is open right now. We had a pre-bid conference. We've had 12 firms pull bid papers. One did get back to us right away and said they didn't do this kind of work. So we theoretically have 11. As we've seen in some of the recent projects, we've had upwards of 20 and gotten 3 bids. So we don't expect to see 12 bids. So there will be three sources of funding ultimately, but not immediately. And I'll explain this for you. So Dr. Reese was talking about the $40,000 grant from Blue Cross Blue Shield. There are two ways in which this could go depending on the vendor. Either we accept it and use it as part of our funding, or a vendor could just take it directly and just knock $40,000 off the final price. And that way you don't actually have to vote on accepting a grant. It just sort of, it's like a coupon almost. So that would be $40,000 of it. We also received word early last week that the $150,000 earmark that Senator Cronin had procured for the district for physical, rehab, so a project of a physical construction nature did get accepted. The governor has not yet signed the budget yet, so we're still, but all indications are that we will be getting $150,000 that we will put towards this, but we will not get it by June 30th. We will get it in FY27. And then the remaining, it comes up to around $115,000 would be funds that when we spoke with the finance subcommittee about using some of the funds so they don't close to E&D, that was one of the routes that we chose to take. So if I'm saying this correctly, and Nancy, if you can chime in if I'm getting something wrong here, I believe what we would need is the approval to move the $264,750 out of our general fund so we can write the POs, we can do the processes, and then when the money comes in from the grant and from the state, that money would move back out of that account and either then be used elsewhere, close to E&D. We have options at that point. We could expand the overall project from that grant line, from that funding line. But because of the June 30th of it all, that's where it looks like a bigger ask than it will actually cost the district in the end. So that's kind of the best way to explain it. I think, Nancy, how'd that sound?
Yes, and I think actually this fair share grant was accepted. I had heard that it's been accepted, so I'm hoping we would know that for sure very soon.
I did speak to Senator Cronin yesterday via text, and it appears as though that $150,000 is going to be appropriated to North Middlesex.
Yeah, it sounded like that from everything I read too. I just didn't want to make 100% commitment, but I wasn't totally sure. But yes, I think odds are it will.
Yes, and can I just jump on for 1 second? So I think the intention here is, because it's a bigger project with multiple funding sources, that tonight's approval would involve transferring funds to the capital project for an outside fitness classroom. The other funding grants would go into that eventually when they come in, and the fair share money would go in. So we'd have one location in the accounting system for this project. So tonight would be the transfer of the part of the FY26 budget funding that we think we would use for it. Again, we could still hold if we didn't like any of the options. It wouldn't force us into purchasing anything particular, but we would end up with it sitting in a capital project fund for that purpose until the school committee would do something different with the funding.
Kim Craven.
Thank you. I'm going to have a bunch of questions, but let me start with one in particular. The Fair Share grant, was there a specific ask for a specific project for that with Senator Cronin?
So when Senator Cronin reached out, he had mentioned that there would be money available, and he was originally asking, did we have any idea as to how we would use it? Within a few weeks of that initial call, I had been going back and forth with Senator Cronin, and Dr. Reese came forward with this idea. And again, in looking at the idea of having the additional classroom space, the potential for.
Not to interrupt, but I'm going to interrupt. So the fair share grant is you asked for specific for this project.
I did not ask a specific for the project. I was made aware that we would potentially have between $150,000 and $200,000 at our disposal. And I was basically asked how we would use it. I did not give him an answer right away. I just told him that we would be interested, obviously, in that money.
Okay. Do you know about when, give or take, not going to hold you to a particular day, but about when did you tell him that it might be for this?
As soon as I can't say for sure. I would say probably. I think we probably started having these discussions in end of March, April, that time frame, but I can't say for certain.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent. I appreciate that. I'm going to tell you my angst now with this project. As one of the community members pointed out, this equipment is sitting in the garage in Townsend, paid for. They're looking for the last mile for installation. Back in 2019, our Townsend Recreation Director approached the school. I know had meetings with you, Superintendent, and I know had meetings with then the Athletic Director, Cam Fisk, and had actually walked the grounds of the high school and asked to locate it at the high school. Was interested in having a partnership with the school to have the equipment there. For whatever reason, we can't unwrite history. It didn't work out. So then our recreation director put it in a location that wasn't her first choice, to put it behind town hall. Now, for our recreation director, that doesn't really help her with the bulk of the programming that she does. Not speaking for her, but it's not useful to her after school program because it can't be used with kids under 14. She thought the highest and best use for the equipment would be at the high school for the high school kids, for community use for all communities, not just for Townsend. So we have a project that's funded, and I'm astounded, but not surprised. Two different things, that the funders of this project would come in to a small community and propose to ask these communities to spend more money. You know, they talk about the grant, and I'll try to be mindful of my words, but they call it a grant, but they force you into a sole source to buy from who they say you must buy for and design for what you might not really want to design. So in my eyes, which I think our own legal said, it's really not, it's not your choice, right? You are being forced into this project of what they say you will purchase with a grant. So I have some angst over that. To be clear, I had angst over it when Townsend did it. I have huge angst, if I'm being 100% honest here, that we are 7 days before the end of the year, and this was out there. Now, granted, I could not go to the meeting in person in May, but it was also not on the agenda in May. This isn't, Gary's report, Assistant Superintendent's report was on the agenda, but there was no video of the meeting because it was off-site. So there was no way to be informed that this was on. So I hate bringing up things in the 11th hour, but I have talked to the town, the board chair, the TA, and the rec director, and they're all willing to work with the school still to have the equipment installed at the high school, which would eliminate all of this grant, all of this last minute frenzy to get votes and transfer of funds. then you would have more use of the fair share grant for other things by just using some of that for the installation. Still accomplishing your goals, accomplishing the goals of the community for having this recreation equipment there. You said yourself you want it to be used by community too. Townsend wants it to be used by community. It was going to be an open source. No one was going to track who comes from where. As these are, they're open. So my recommendation to my peers and to you, Superintendent, is to not move forward with this at this time. These grants are open all the time. Blue Cross Blue Shield is always doling these out. We have hundreds of $1,000s of equipment that you want sitting in a garage that our community of Townsend doesn't have the money to install. You're going to get a grant. You can install it. Your goals would be accomplished, as would our communities. I hope that we can consider that and take the grant off the table, but move forward with what the high school wants to do.
I'm able to respond to that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And then
Thank you.
Jackie, I'll take yours next, if that's okay.
Sure.
Go ahead,
Just,
Superintendent Morgan.
just a couple of things. I guess it's a little confusion on my part too. First and foremost, it was not on the May agenda because we did not have an answer from legal counsel on whether or not it was single source or not. And we could not bring any type of a vote to the committee without knowing what the vote was on. So we did end up being somewhat last minute. And we have been asked by finance to try to come in with our E&D number being a little bit more manageable for next year, which we are trying to do. Second piece is, again, this was going back 7 years ago. I do remember the conversations with the Townsend Rec Department. I guess I'm just very confused as to how it came to be, unless I'm misremembering that the high school was not interested. That is not what I recall. But do want to put that out there where it was shared that the high school did not appear interested. I remember those meetings, and I thought that there was definitely a possibility of moving forward with the project. So I just wanted to share that. I'm not sure, again, where there were meetings with people other than myself, if that came into being. But either way, it still should have come back to me, and I do not believe that occurred. So I don't, again, just to clarify, have any recollection of saying the district was not interested in a project like this, because I definitely see value in it as an additional instructional piece during the school day. Knowing that, I look at my own town, for instance, that has a very similar project that is not located on school grounds. I have never seen a person at the facility. I think having it on school grounds, especially at the high school, would be key, because I think it would be used on a regular basis as an additional instructional space. Never mind the other benefits that would go with that. So that's it. Thank you.
If I can just clarify though, while it was not on the agenda, it appeared in the minutes, was a little bit of my angst.
Mm-hmm.
And I get you were waiting on information, but we had many, and I don't want to belabor this, but we had many meetings, as you know, with finance, talking about things to make sure that you had the best budget possible for the things that you wanted from an instructional perspective for FY27. And this never came up. And I understand that things do come up last minute, but it appears that this had been in the work for a bit, which, I love innovation. I love that you're looking for different ways to enhance the environment for the students, for the athletes, for the community. But this is where we just need to have more conversation. Because had it come up in any meeting, because I'm always talking to other groups in the town and aware that Rec was looking for their last mile funding for installation, they would have said, hey, rec is still looking for last mile installation, and they had to go with a less desirable location for installation behind town hall instead of on school grounds. Like, we could have worked a little bit better on this, and I hope that we can find a really good solution for it tonight and not have to dig into what did or didn't happen, but we've got to lay it out there that we have a good solution for everybody, I think, at a much lower cost.
Jackie White.
Thank you. Could we get some clarity on the state fair share grant money, that 150K? Is that like we can use it for anything? Does it have to be specifically fitness related? I'm just thinking through like some of the costs that we know our students are facing, like for parking, which is really high, activities and so forth. Like, can that money be used to offset some of those costs?
It can only be used for capital expenses. It
Okay.
cannot be used for teachers. It cannot be used for any additional staffing. It is pretty restrictive and can only be used for capital things. And again, we're looking at this because it seems somewhat manageable as far as getting a project done, where $150,000 doesn't always go a long way towards getting something done. It's usually far more expensive than that, as we're seeing with our paving projects right now.
Lisa Bloom.
Thank you. Also, I'm just wondering also, who's going to be teaching participants all the training for this? And what will the cost be, or will it be just open to everybody in the community?
So, can I answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. So depending on who we end up going with, if we move forward with a vendor, I know this particular company does provide training, ongoing training. It's part of their package for the educators to be able to utilize the equipment safely with students. But they also do have QR codes associated with the different stations, where I believe for this particular product, there's thousands of different trainings that people can have, and it shows how to use the equipment safely, and it shows the different types of training that you can do on each piece of equipment. But there would be, with this, again, depending on the selected vendor, there would be specific training for teachers to be able to use it safely with students.
Okay. Also, where we have Planet Fitness right across the street from the high school, they offer a free enrollment to all high school students during the summer. I mean, how many kids are going to go over and use it through the summertime even?
Yeah, I don't think we're really asking for the students to use it during the summertime. We're asking students and giving our physical education and wellness staff an additional instructional space. That's what we saw it as, being an additional space during the day that our physical education staff could utilize. But in addition to that, if the district does receive funding for career and technical education, and we do get approved for public safety, we are absolutely going to need space for that program for some type of physical fitness. And with having one gym and a school full of students would make it difficult to do that without potentially having to ask for additional work to be done in order to make that program happen if we get the grant. But above and beyond that, it would be an additional space, which some of our physical education staff have been asking for since the school opened. They've been asking for additional outdoor space.
So this isn't going to be open to the community?
Well, yeah, that wasn't the question. The question was on whether or not the students' use. It is going to be open. It is going to be open to the community after school hours. It's not going to be. It's going to be an open facility that community members can use from all three communities.
Okay. Okay. And so don't you think that putting the money towards this project? I mean, after the past few years when we had to cut teachers repeatedly, don't you think it'd be better for our district just to save the money for a rainy day?
We can't save the 150, and we wouldn't get the
but we still have to.
$40,000 grant. So we'd be saving about $75,000 that we are trying to utilize anyway due to E&D, which is what we've been asked to do.
Those grants aren't guaranteed, and right now we have to upfront the money before we get the grants.
So Lisa, with the fair share grant, that is money that is allotted from the state and that we have to use for what they earmarked that money for. And so this money is not available to use towards teachers or towards other it has to be used for a fitness center or capital projects. That's what this 150 has to be. It's earmarked.
Sorry, just to clarify, we're not actually like upfronting any money. We're just moving it to where it could be used. We're not actually spending a dime tonight. We're just moving it into a different fund.
I mean, where Townsend already has the equipment, I totally am against this.
So something I do want to bring up about the equipment. I know that they have the equipment, but is equipment outdated? Some of it, they could have changed. Some of the health codes and things on the equipment could have changed since that was done in 2019. I don't know when the equipment was delivered. That's something that I think the committee has to think about too. Just a clarifying point there. Alexander Bancuti.
Yeah. So I'm going to kind of echo what Kim was saying. I'm all for this type of project. I think this is an awesome idea. However, if Townsend has this equipment, I don't feel comfortable moving forward with this without seeing if that's an option for us to go forward with. Because, I just hate to think of that. First of all, I hate to spend the money if we don't need to. And second of all, I hate to see it kind of sitting there. And I know like this grant is contingent on it, but if we can save money elsewhere, if we have more money at the end of the day, we don't really need the grant. So, I mean, this is a great idea, but I would like to see what we can make of the situation with the town of Townsend. Because if they have the equipment, and what we need to do is like pay to move it and install it on the high school grounds, and the high school teachers can use it, during the school day, and the community can use it when school's not in session. I think that's a win-win for everybody. But if that's not possible, this can be an option.
Keenan Francois.
On the next slide of this slideshow, I see some specifications for site work and installation work. Are we able to just get some clarity on what those motions are, or are those just no longer relevant?
No, we can't. So what happens is we broke it into what will be 3 different bids. But if you decide to not go forward with the project, then we don't need to do bids 2 and 3 quite yet. We can rework that. Essentially, there's one bid for the actual equipment, the fitness court itself, all of the it's the painting and all the physical equipment for it. That equipment will all be sitting upon a concrete slab. Very few companies do both, so we would put a second bid out for who would provide the concrete slab on which the equipment would sit, and then the third bid would be then once the concrete has been put in place, then that equipment needs to be installed. And so there are most, I can't say all, but most of the equipment that we've seen, or the vendors of equipment we've seen, have specific warranty related issues around the installation. And basically say that if you buy our product, if we don't put it in, the warranty's no good. So there's that aspect to it. That's not unique to any one. We've seen that with 2 or 3 different companies so far. It's probably just a sound business practice on their part. They don't want to warranty something that the work that they didn't do. But just because of the sequencing of it, we decided to do it in three pieces. But like I said, if the first one fails, then there's really no need to go through the second or third one unless that's what we decide to do.
Okay. And as a sort of follow-up, I understand that Townsend might have the equipment. What I failed to understand thus far, I have no objection to working with the town of Townsend to move forward with anything. I have no objection to us doing our own thing. What I don't understand is why hasn't the town of Townsend reached out to us, or at least me? I am the Townsend liaison. No one has talked to me. I hear no one has talked to administration from the town of Townsend. That's where I'm sort of confused. The other problem that I imagine would happen with using Townsend equipment is that is not our equipment, so we can not do what we see fit with the equipment. We would have to buy the equipment from Townsend, transfer it. That requires a whole lot of legal process that might not even be worth it if this equipment has been sitting in a garage for 6 years. Is there liability problems with that? Does it have warranty? I can see a whole lot of problems with that based on what Dr. Cormier just said. Moving forward, hypothetically, would it be possible, say, could we move forward with, say, the site work? So get a proposal for a bid for concrete slab. Not necessarily put down the slab, but put down or get the necessary information for the concrete slab whilst we hold pattern and potentially talk to Townsend. I'm not saying that that's what we should do. I'm just saying, is that a hypothetical possibility? Is that something that could happen?
So having worked on projects before, Keenan, what we have done is we have said this up to this amount you can spend on a project. And then you need to come back to the school committee. And we've divided projects before, like they do one section, like you're saying, they do the cement work first. So they could do the cement work and get that completed, by July and get that bid all done. Then they can add on to it as things are discovered and add on. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And I see that Dr. Reese rose his hand, so I'm going to let him answer as well.
Well, no, I actually I was thinking the same thing about the site work and the installation, but I also was wondering, and Kim, you may know this, or may not know, I don't know. In terms of what Townsend has purchased, there's two components to, at least for this particular product. There's the fitness court side, which has the 7 stations, and then there's the fitness studio side, which is the open classroom space. I don't know if Townsend has both sides or just the fitness court side. So that would be a question I would have, because one thing that would be important for me and for the high school, I think, is to have both sides. And that might be something we just need to clarify and figure out. If it didn't, and we were trying to work together with Townsend, how would we go about just getting the other side?
So a few things, Dr. Reese. So first, it is National Fitness Court. It is still under their warranty. There was an email that went out today from National Fitness Court talking to them about trying to figure out how to get it installed during this installation season. So they're playing both sides as well. The town, I don't believe they're in talking with all three, the rec director, the town administrator, and the select board. It's already been procured. It's staying within the town of Townsend. It would still be open for use by folks in the town of Townsend. It was paid for with grant funds. No one indicated that the school would have to pay for it. So there's no worry about the warranty or things of that from what I can see, because the email that I'm looking at shows that they're still actively working with National Fitness Court. I just inquired to see whether they did have the studio site or not. I'm trying to recall from the pictures that I saw of what they got. I believe it's like the pictures that yours are, but they all look so similar, like the one in Fitchburg that you guys had. So, but I'm sure that it would be doable to figure out all of your needs with the base there. But it would obviously, between the 75 that you were asking for in capital money and the 150 grant, seems like it could be done, and seems like there would be additional capital money from Cronin's grant to do other capital work, because in all the lists that I saw of capital projects, this was never on it. There was other things that needed to be done. What I would suggest is a motion to say we table this, that we ask the superintendent to meet with the town administrator, the select board, and the rec director, and figure it out. And then if we have to have a quick meeting to approve the site work, then so be it. We do that. But I'm not sure trying to do all that now is prudent. I think we need to know when the grant would be coming in, if that is the source of the site work. But also, that's a moot point. Someone said, when Kim is being snarky. This might be when I'm being snarky. You already put the bid out there for the site work. Am I not mistaken about that, or is that just the equipment that's up there?
No, we've only put the bid out for the equipment.
Okay. Well, one of them was out there.
But we don't we don't have to award it. We just got the process moving.
But that was on an assumption that we're awarding money, and we haven't. So that, as someone that does public bids, granted, this is a little bit different because it's sole source, not sole source. So they already have the bid done. But, as a general rule of thumb, I don't encourage anybody to put out bids that that you're not going to award, because it's, from the vendor perspective, it's a lot of work. And poor Mike's had his hand up, Madam Chair.
It's fine. Basically, after listening to all the discussion on this, I do agree with the idea that I think rather than moving forward with this as proposed, I do agree that it makes sense to, I think, try to work out an arrangement where that equipment that Townsend already has is installed at the high school using, I presume that fair share grant money would be usable for that, because that would be considered a capital project. So, paying for installing, also the pad, obviously you'd have to pay for the pad and the installation, but then you get the equipment, for free, in the sense that Townsend has already gotten the money to pay for it, either through grants or from their taxpayers. And if they are willing to, in fact, to just give it to the school to install on the school grounds, then I think that is the best solution for everybody. So I think that's what should be pursued.
Can I ask Nancy and Kevin a question, or Dr. Comere a question? With the fair share money, this has to be used before June 30th. Is that correct? Or we don't have to, we can hold it?
No, because there's going to be more money. That's why we wanted to try and get it onto FY27. But we're not going to actually get the fair share money until FY27.
So are we able to spend some of this down so it does not flow back into E&D? That's another question.
We have, well, when we do have a pretty long list. It's just a matter of timing, right? It's what can we get done in 6 days?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't put, because one of the things we were trying to do with some of this money is we have limited staffing in technology and buildings and grounds. So we're trying to find projects that wouldn't require much of our staffing to do. So, I mean, like, we could still do that, but that's what the limit that we kind of put on ourselves is. I mean, there's all sorts of things we could do if we had 3 times the staff. We don't. So, what can we do efficiently in using outside labor, basically, to do for us? So we can look, but that's sort of the thought process that went into a lot of the decisions we made about what to do to try and spend down some of this money.
I think the other challenge is too that in order to spend down money, most of what we do has to go out to bid. So if we don't put things out to bid when we're at this time in the school year, we're not going to meet the deadline for June 30th. So that's kind of the challenge that we're up against, is that we are trying to spend down money that is at our disposal, but we have to spend it before June 30th, and most of what we do has to go out to bid. So if we don't get it out to bid, then we can't spend the money.
Understood, Superintendent, and respectfully, we started having these conversations in February when we knew that you were going to have a good amount of money left over. In finance,
we didn't have definitive numbers, though, for sure. We were still waiting to see what was going to happen with special education, as well as some other things. So we had an idea, and then as we got into April, we had a really good idea. And that's when we really started looking, once we knew we were okay with special education.
I also suggested that we didn't cancel the 13th of June meeting, and I understand it was really a hard time, but I get it. It's difficult when we have 7 days left, but spending it on this, I just don't think is a good idea.
Tina, Francois.
Going back to my question earlier, I know Kevin, you or Dr. Cormier, sorry, you mentioned
fine.
that that we're going in order, that at least you've laid out these motions in an order logically. So if we don't get get past equipment, then what's the point of everything else? Based on what I'm hearing, it sounds like we want to talk to Townsend, which is fine, I suppose. Could we, so as to still make this money available to you, could we move forward with, say, regardless, we're going to need a concrete slab? Can we just give you that and you can move forward with that, if regardless you're going to need it in the end? I just want to clarify, just because I'm not familiar with the process.
The money's not here, Keenan. We can't obligate money we don't have.
Sure,
no,
but that's
I understand what Keenan's saying, and the
flow.
motion is really just to to give us the opportunity, the authority to move forward with that. And so, Keenan, to kind of answer your question, we had put when we had put these in this order, I can say personally myself, I wasn't had equipment. So in my timeline, it was, well, we have to have the equipment before we have a place to put it, before we can put it in. If it turns out that step one is actually taken care of by town of towns and stuff, then yeah, we can just go right on to figuring out how to, where to put it and how to put it in. That's not something that I was personally aware of, 48 hours ago.
Well, oh, sorry, I don't have my hand
So
up.
before I go on, everyone is interested in doing this work. Is that correct? Is that the sense I'm getting from the committee, that we want something like this to go into this school district?
Jackie's shaking her head.
Okay. I'll come back to you, Jackie, but is that the consensus of other people, that we want to pursue this, given maybe we use Townsend equipment or others?
Yeah, I just think we should pursue the Townsend option before we, go for something else.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree, and while I appreciate that, one of the goals was to spend down some so we'd have less going into E&D. I don't think that that's really practical given the time constraints. So I think we maybe need to set aside that as one of the goals of this. But if we can do something that's beneficial for Townsend and the district, I still think that's worth pursuing.
Okay.
And I want to have a point of clarification. I'm not interested in spending the existing funds, but if there's new money coming in, that's how it becomes palatable. The fitness courts, from my perspective, is not something that I become enamored with. But the equipment is here. The school wants it in a sort of olive branch. If Cronin's office has money to do the installation that is not coming out of existing school funds, that's how it how I would support it, not taking the 75 of existing school funds.
I agree with Kim.
Okay. Jackie.
I agree wholeheartedly with what you just said, Kim. All I'm going to say is that I'm disheartened we've spent 20 minutes of an agenda talking about a fitness court when I feel like we have so many more pressing things for us as a committee to talk through. So I think this is where we get into our consideration of agendas and how we're just misjudging how much time a particular agenda item is going to take. We've got to get better at that. And I agree we shouldn't put a false cap on total meeting time length. Certain agenda items and going on and on about things is just not serving anybody well. That's all.
I agree. That's why I want to table this and move on. That's why I said I want to make a motion. I want to make a motion to get away from this and get to our other work.
Okay, would you like to make a motion, Kim?
Yes.
Well, no motion has been made. We can just say to bring it back. There's no vote taken or anything. We can just say to bring it back. We don't have to take a formal vote to table it.
All right.
Am I correct in that, Kim? There was no motion made.
Yeah, so we move on the agenda, take no action.
Yep. Right.
All right, moving on. All right. Hang on, I gotta. Conflict of interest disclosures. Chris Sloan and Alex Bancuti. Chris, I know that you filed yours with the town clerk of Pepperell.
Yes.
Can you just state for the record what you had to do and why you have a conflict of interest?
Sure. So my wife is a teacher in the district. So I had discussed with the ethics team about what kind of goes into that. And part of that is, for anything that's directly related to financial, I just have to abstain from, that's just, I can't participate there. For anything else, basically the disclosure states that I will fairly, I will do my job objectively and fairly and not just take that into consideration.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Now, Alexander Bancuti, the same thing.
Yeah, I have not yet filed it with, I shared it with you. I haven't yet filed it with the town clerk, but I'll do that tomorrow. My sister, Cassie, is a custodian in the district. And so I can't vote on anything involving her income custodial pay. And I will recuse myself from any of those votes. And which is we already established kind of when they came in, but we just didn't formalize it with a document.
All right. So they had to disclose it publicly. That's one of the conflict of interest rules. Anyone else that has a member that works for the school committee, or not the school committee, works for the school district, also will have to file anything. This includes if your kids are working a custodial job or any department within the school district, or a substitute, anything like that. All right. Moving on, superintendent goals. Brad, I think, or Superintendent Morgan, I'm trying to be formal. I think everyone deserves their title. Superintendent Morgan, I asked you just to give us an update since your goals are 2 years. So go ahead and give us an update.
So I did share with the committee. I'm just bringing it up now. Just kind of a midpoint review of where I am with my goals. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so for my first goal was by 2027, central office team will participate in a series of workshops and coaching sessions hosted by the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education and the Education Resource Strategy Resource Use Network on how to look at budget challenges, revenue uncertainty, declining enrollment, increasing student needs, and educator turnover, as well as reduce central office capacity. And I just provided the school committee with a list of the meetings we attended. They were both in person at the College of the Holy Cross, as well as remote, and it was something that I participated in with Dr. Reese, Dr. Cormier, Ms. Haynes, Mr. Hammond, and I know on occasion we had a school committee member present as well as a town official present as well. And they really helped us organize our budget. In addition to that, we were able to sit with representatives in school districts, Gloucester, Salem, Monson, Uxbridge, Agawam, and Sharon, and kind of get ideas as to what they were looking at for their budgets. We discussed staff compensation, class size and massive scheduling, special populations, and then school size and per pupil costs. And that really led us to our current budget message and really helped facilitate some of the discussions that we had with the towns during our budget summits and help put together, again, our overall budget message. The second goal was on establishing an AI integration framework. Dr. Reese and myself are working on that together and then begin the process of training both staff and students. And that is something that will be discussed later on this evening as we have sent forth a list of AI procedures that we would like the district and school committee to consider. It's really difficult and for us to move forward with any staff and student training without having protocols and procedures in place and even having a school committee policy aligned to that. And that is something that was asked of the committee that we do put something in writing first, just so that we have some safeguards in place. And I do think that we have a good document to work from as far as that goes. So I think we're making effective progress there. And I just lost my screen. Give me 1 second so I can go back to the third goal. And the third goal was on myself, the assistant superintendent and director of special education, conducting monthly visits at each school, going to each school, visiting a minimum of 8 times over the course of the year. That is something that was very challenging. We were able to probably get to about 75% of that this year. But the challenge was, where it listed all of us in the goal, was making sure that none of us had conflicts. And that was at times an issue. Because things do come up and where all 3 of us are in central office, sometimes it became impossible for all 3 of us to go on those visits together, which was the ultimate goal. So we will continue on with that next year and try to improve. But in addition to that, I'm going to try to work myself out of buildings on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays for a portion of the day, so that I am at minimum visible to staff, available to staff, and also available to the administration in that building. I plan to be working in a centrally located, visible space so that the staff, again, has access to me on a regular basis. And I'm putting together a schedule for that in addition to the continued work that myself, Dr. Reese, and Ms. Upton are going to do. So that certainly partially met this year, but room for improvement in hopes that our schedules will better align next year.
Thank you for the update, Superintendent Morgan. Anybody have any questions? All right. Seeing none, moving on to school committee member term limits. Lisa Bloom, you had asked for this.
Yes, thank you. I did ask for this to be put on after our organization meeting. And I also asked to have the organizational meeting looked at, only because just being the 4th meeting that I was involved in as a school committee member, I just felt that it's really rushed, especially for new members coming on. And they don't know how the voting goes. And the fast pace of it, we don't get the chance to talk about, who's interested in being the chair, the vice chair, and all the chairs of each policy or each, I'm sorry, subcommittee. So, and I started looking at some other districts are doing it too. Is limiting the school committee terms and also limiting the school committee chair terms. There's a lot of benefits to this. It allows for turnover for elected officials, potentially increasing new ideas, nurturing new community leaders and community involvement. Likely encourages more people to run for election because open seats more often draw multiple candidates. Often incumbent seats are not contested. It may encourage diversity by enabling more opportunities for women and minorities. Potentially focuses elected officials to plan an agenda and accomplish initiatives within certain timelines. For school committees, term limits may increase the likelihood that members have children that are active in the school system. So I believe it is Newton Public Schools in Methuen. They have Newton and maybe Lexington. The mayor of their town is actually the chair of their towns. And then there's also Methuen and Newton. Yeah. So then they also limit the term of school committee members. So they have 3 consecutive terms that a person can run, and then they have to take a year off, and then they can run again. And the same with the chair. So there's Jonam Public Schools and Lexington Public Schools. For the chair can run 2 consecutive years. Then they have to take a year off, and then they can run again. And this actually gives other school committee members opportunity to run for a chair or bring in different ideas to the school committee as well. So I think it would be a really good idea for our district to have in place. And I don't know if anybody has any questions or
Jackie,
Thank you, Lisa. I think Randy might have been an anomaly for a while. Do we have anyone that sticks around for more than 3 consecutive terms? Like, I almost feel like we struggle to get people to run for positions more than anything else. I don't know.
So my term, this is because I did have a year off. I lost an election, and so I did have a year off. So this is my 3rd consecutive term this time. But I have been on, this will be my 10th year overall, but I did have a time off in between. I do find term limits tough because a committee does change and people move off the committee. And it is hard to find people to run for school committee, especially being a regional district. That is the feeling. I mean, Newton and some of the bigger districts that Lisa had talked about are not regional. And so the mayor does oversee their school committee as the chair. There are districts that do that. So just wanted to put a point of clarification on that. Michael Labossiere.
Yeah, my main question is, so I understand that we can set whatever rules we want for the chair and whatnot, so we could have term limits for the chair, but can we actually impose term limits for committee membership, or is that something that would have to be done at the town/district charter level?
No, it does say that we can. There are no statewide limits in Massachusetts that impose term limits on school committee or school committee board chairs, because Massachusetts public schools governance is a decentralized term limits are governed locally, and individual cities' charters or local school committee bylaws.
Correct. So
we can.
by what you just said, towns could be in control of that.
Mhm.
So us as the committee may not be in control of that. So we would have to check with the towns to see what does the town charters say for each of the three towns, or what does the district, the regionalization agreement say? This gets into a question of, do we have the legal authority to do that, is my question. And I would say that we would need a lawyer to answer that question. So basically, I'm not willing to make any decision on this before we know whether we have the authority to do that.
Lisa, we didn't hear you talking.
Sorry, I was going to say we would have to have legal look at the information to make sure that it is correct, that you can do that.
Yeah. Because I feel like we could spend a whole lot of time debating the merits of it and then find out, oh, we're not legally allowed to do it, and all that discussion is wasted. So,
and like you had pointed out, it could be something in the regional agreement that you have to do. And so I don't think you can set a policy necessarily. Or the towns have to decide it as well.
But we should find out, is the point, is that that's something that we should find out, and that should probably be an action item for someone to find that out before the next meeting, so we can then have the discussion knowing for sure whether we are in fact allowed to do that.
So to answer another question, Jackie, of yours. So the first year when I ran for school committee, my first term, there was 8 candidates running. So it, like, each year can be so different.
Yeah.
How many candidates run?
Wow, that's a lot. 8 from Townsend, or was it an at-large position? I forget. Sorry.
It was an at-large position.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, there were 3 positions. 3 of the at-large positions are open at the same time, Jackie.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else have any comments? Lisa, do you want to check? I can give you contact to Nick, our lawyer.
Okay.
And you can come back to the committee with information about it.
Okay. Yep. That would be great. Thank you.
All right. Moving on to the community. Oh, first, anyone else have any more questions before I? Okay, moving on. Community programming announcements calendar. Kim, Miss Craven.
Thank you. I wanted to bring this up as a topic for the whole committee to explore how we might work collaboratively with community-based organizations. It would certainly be something that would have to go through policy. I believe I did send a draft because I failed Google Docs 101 to Robin and the chair. But basically for us to look at how we can work with any educational, recreational, cultural, civic, or family support groups within the district. And I also included Neshoba Board of Health. That would be nonprofits, a municipal department, a government entity, community organizations, youth serving that offer food assistance, clothes, shelter, mental health services, things that kids would be doing in the community that wouldn't involve passing out paper, but PDF or JPEG, so that we could distribute them. Not every student is participating in after-school activities or things on school grounds, and there's opportunities for them within the community. I know that it was, from what I hear, anyhow, a tedious process with lots of papers that had to be photocopied and divided up and put out. I did look into one sort of online distribution network. Quite honestly, I could not figure out their pricing model. They said it was like $50 a school, and I was trying to ask, like, every flyer or a year, because a year, that's pretty cheap for an online portal. So I haven't really cracked that code yet. But I'd like to get the feel of the committee on, where we could stand with that. I don't want to put a ton of work on Robin, but to figure out a process that would make it shareable. I'll put on one of my other hats, like the TEO. There's a lot of families that just don't know that we're out there, that have food and clothing available for them. And when we have the opportunity to have other grants that might be able to, pay a living expense for somebody, or direct them to other resources. There's youth sports or recreation, the town recreation for a week is, like $300. There's activities going on. Just this weekend in Townsend was the bicycle parade for kids that was free for them to participate in. Just thinking of a mechanism of how we could get these things posted, and say that we have a vetting process. Is it soccer, baseball, scouts, things that are vetted community youth groups, that we can have a spot on the calendar. That we can shoot. Again, doing 100% that would look like, but just wanted to talk to folks about what they think about it.
Okay. So I'm going to weigh in on this, as a policy was developed a few years ago that the school would not do outside advertising for groups, because we did run into a legal issue. And we could run into a legal issue if we give one group priority over another. And what happened was some pamphlets were dropped off at one of our schools. They said they had the superintendent's approval. They were distributed. And they were distributed, and it was a government vote. And so it made it very difficult. And so that's when we said no more flyers going out. It does put a lot of time on our secretaries at our schools, and a lot of time on Robin and Brad, or Superintendent Morgan, to approve these before they go out. And when I say to approve them, you can't put one agency over another. Everyone, if anyone would come in, any church group, any non-religious group, anybody, you have to approve all. You can't discriminate against any of them. So that being said, that's why the school has taken a stance on not distributing things. And I get the point of, like, organizations within the community wanting to use the schools, but the true reason why the school exists is for the education and not as an advertising agency. So that's my stand on it, and I'm pretty strong on this one. Sorry, Kim.
So I'm gonna come back strong with you. We're not an advertising agency yet. We are collecting sponsorship money to advertise private companies. I actually sent you one that was sent that a third-party solicitor was soliciting businesses, which they were keeping all the funds, but giving our athletic director 100 t-shirts. So that is allowing unvetted businesses of any kind to put their name on a t-shirt that gets thrown out into the crowd. So that's actually direct advertising in the schools, with no funds being kept by the school itself. So Shrewsbury school committee policy allows qualifying organizations to distribute information electronically through a community bulletin board and post PDF flyers to the district website. Swampscott Public Schools allows community-related education, school-related nonprofit flyers to be submitted for approval and posted. Wilmington Public Schools maintains a community flyer process and posts approved flyers for nonprofit organizations and schools-related program. Framingham Public Schools, Brockton Public Schools, Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education expressly recognized that a school committee may establish a policy allowing nonprofit and civic organizations serving youth to post notices and distributed flyers. DESE refers to this as creating a limited public forum. Once created, the district must apply the policy consistently and can't pick and choose based on a viewpoint. However, you can cite examples such as nonprofit charitable organizations, civic groups providing programs or services to young people, community organizations. So there's very specific ways that you can limit it to libraries, parks and recreation, youth sports leagues, scouting, food pantries, clothing closets, housing assistance, family shelters, community health organizations. So while you don't have a pick and choose policy, you can say, where is all this coming from?
That's me. I'm sharing because I think it's helpful to
Okay.
see a visual of what you're talking about too.
Yeah. So all of these schools have figured out how to do these policies. I believe that we can be just as good as them as being partners with our communities and sitting down and putting our heads together to say, who are the youth serving organizations in our community, and creating a pre-approved list of those, just like DESE recommends.
Robin.
So
Or Miss Ivan.
there's a couple of things with this and my feeling. I was happy when it went away. I can honestly tell you that there was an incredible amount of time from me, my resources placed on this. From you get a phone call, an inquiry about the flyer or the information they want to share, and then I share it with the administration, our superintendent. It then goes to our legal team. Then I have to wait to hear back from the legal team. It comes back from the legal team, and then I have very specific. It needs to go to the high school students, or it should just go to elementary students. And I don't have enough fingers on my hands to tell you how many times I got phone calls, people yelling, upset that their flyer wasn't shared or wasn't shared the way they wanted it to be shared, those types of things. So I was happy that I no longer had to deal with that. And to be honest with you, I just don't have the time. Every day, there's more and more responsibility, falling on our plate. So, I want us to be good neighbors and support our community, especially our feeder programs. So I completely agree with that. We do have an outlet, I believe, on our website. Jeremy is on our call tonight, and he can speak to it, where we do share. There's a community page, if you will. And Jeremy, please correct me if I'm wrong. So, may I suggest, and I don't know if it's okay with administration and how they would feel about this. I know we'd have to go to legal, because one of the issues we did have, and there were many meetings over this, was you have to say yes to all. You cannot pick and choose. There's discrimination. But if we're able to just share it on our website, and I don't know what the logistics of this is, and it's included, the community knows that if you have interest in any community organizations, you go to this part of our website.
So, Robin, I just want to stop you there to be clear. That's what I'm asking for, that there's a portal spot for it. I don't want you to be pushing them out in paper form. I want it to be like a portal-based, pre-approved. Peach Jar was the one kind of software that I looked at that people had pre-approved logins. Like I said, I couldn't quite figure out their pricing model on it. But, when was this policy enacted? When was it updated? From what I can hear from community groups, it's been a while.
It has been a while. And, and I can honestly say as well, we've been really trying over the past number of years to communicate better. And so now our principals have newsletters, the superintendent has a newsletter, so there's lots of communications happening. And what we also found that when we include within those newsletters, when we were including outside information, that the district's messaging was getting lost. And, there is a lot of noise out there in, our digital media. And so that was one of the reasons I was happy about it as well, because I felt that our messaging was getting lost. And we had some feedback that way back when that said, I don't even scroll down because at the end, there's too much information. It has nothing to do with me. I don't have time for that. So, I think that posting it, and we do have it on our website where community organizations can post, but I don't know what the rules are. I know the resources in my office are thin. So if I had to take that on, it would be difficult, and I'm being honest. So I don't know what the logistics would be to add it, taking on more and adding it to the website. I don't exactly know how that happens now, but Jeremy has his hands up. Let's hear what Jeremy has to say.
Mr. Hammond.
Just took me a second. So the only portion we have on our website right now is essentially what was displayed. And that's an area for community groups to provide us with some information that they want put on our site with a link to their site and a brief description of what they are, how they're involved in the community. We did at one point in time have a community calendar of events that we allowed community groups to contribute to directly. We ended up taking that down eventually because no one was updating it, and it had become an empty calendar. And I was trying to reach out to the groups periodically, the ones that I knew of, and asking them to provide updates to put them in, but it just simply was not happening. It sounds like part of what Kim is proposing is if we were to move forward, it sounded to me like she's looking to implement something where the community groups would manage it themselves, so that it wouldn't be much of a lift to the district beyond approval. I appreciate that. I will say that between the experience with the calendar and my experience trying to work with community groups for facility use, where they're supposed to enter their own requests, I am skeptical about how consistently well they would manage it. But I suppose at that point, that's up to them. And the downside is their stuff doesn't get advertised.
So absolutely, Jeremy. I'm trying to, again, find a happy medium between nothing and something a little bit more than what it is. And like I said, I looked into that one software to see, and maybe there's others. You're way more technically advanced than I am, that you might have like a solution. Like, do they have code that, it's these groups that are approved, and then there's a code that they could post onto their site. Like, I know I can give permissions on websites for things that I volunteer for, and people have limited access to what they can do. I don't know how the district sites does. That it's something that's the one that I was looking at. That, it's something that is not going to put more responsibility on Robin or school, individual schools, that it's something, an offering from the district to make community and the schools sort of more complementary of one another when it comes to community-based activities. So my whole thing is to kind of explore, is the school committee interested in this? I don't want to invest a whole ton more time to find out other solutions if I'm going to come back and everyone's going to be like, no, we don't want to do this at all.
Keenan, Francois.
I'm sure Mr. Hammond could, probably not immediately, but see the analytics of the individual community, what page we have on currently. And I'd take a pretty good bet that it's probably close to like 2 people a month. But that's regardless of the point. At the end of the day, this sounds like it's going to be administrative overhead, and we just heard from the person managing the administrative overhead that it is too much, and it will result in a deterioration of other important things that need to happen. Um, Social media exists, and whilst I do appreciate the fact that the schools are an excellent avenue to reach, target audiences of some of these groups, like youth sports leagues, um, ultimately at the end of the day, the kids are not the. I can tell you that any piece of paper, whilst I know that's not what we're talking about, any piece of paper that I got when I was in elementary school went straight in the trash can. And if we're losing valuable, you know, marketing space in our, newsletters and our emails, in any direct communications, if people are just scrolling past it because they don't care, then we're losing messages that are important, that do need to get to parents, do need to get to students. Um, so
I'm not
I'm
asking
not.
for space in the newsletter. I'm asking for a space. And maybe I'll correct myself. Maybe it's one space in the newsletter that says check the community group for, updated listings. Maybe it's one line. I'm not asking for Robin to do the work. I'm not asking for all the announcements to be in the newsletter. I'm asking for a community-based space or something that is tied to the district for the community. And if you're not interested, you're not interested. I can certainly get that message back to the community groups. But if we don't have this conversation, I don't know where the rest of the committee sits.
So we do have that space available that they can do their little shot of what the group is and display their website, Kim. So we do have that space available. And I think that's just a Google Doc, correct, Jeremy? That they have to just put a little blurb on.
What they're looking for, Lisa, is a spot to post events.
To post events. Well, because there comes a cost with it, and are the towns going to put a cost in it and pay for the cost to host the event or host the site or buy the application? Or are they asking the school to do it? Because that would be spending on our side for an advertising type mechanism.
So what does the site cost right now, that page that it's on?
What we're doing right now costs nothing.
So that would be with the little blurb and give them a link to their website.
Yeah, and the way they get added to that is they just email me. Most of these groups I'm in regular communication with anyways, due to the facility use element. But everything that's up there is just they email me what they want put up.
And what would it look like to have live, like a link to flyers on there?
Somebody would have to work to store them in a location.
I would say, well, storage could be in the site. It could be done without cost. What it would look like beyond that, I think I would have to spend some time troubleshooting, trying to figure out a process for that. If we are doing it without direct cost, I'd say the more free from a licensing standpoint it is, the more likely it's going to be a manpower cost. Because the free that I do right now is the cost is the time that I put that information up. Currently, it's kind of a one and done. So the manpower cost for what we're currently doing is practically zero at this point. It's very, very minimal. If we are doing regular ongoing advertising for them, that becomes a very different thing.
Say 30 events a year. 30 flyers to post a year?
I'd say, assuming that they all come in at separate times, it's probably, call it 5 to 10 minutes per, mostly for the, if they're all being done individually. If I'm posting 30 at once, that's a different time frame.
Yeah, I think that they would be individual.
And who's going to approve these? I mean, it would take going to the superintendent because it is our North Middlesex website if we're using that as a hosting site. I mean, we can't have everyone just put a flyer out there and be like not monitored by us, because then anyone could update anything to the site. So it does need some management behind it. And then we're asking the school department to do that management.
I think but sorry.
Go ahead, Mike.
I think in the end, whatever form this were to take would involve some level of commitment. It could be small, but it will involve some level of commitment on the part of the district, either financial or manpower. And I'm not sure that I feel like the sort of calendar concept was one that was sort of more relevant at an earlier time of the internet. I think now people aren't going to community calendars to look for updates on things like that. They're going to social media. They're looking at Facebook. They're looking at whatever. And I feel like part of the reason why, like, as Mr. Hammond said, that the previous calendar kind of fizzled out and went away, probably, I mean, people weren't updating it, but my guess is people weren't updating it because they weren't getting conversion rates. They weren't getting people showing up to their events because they saw it on the calendar, so they stopped bothering to update the calendar. That's my theory anyways. So I feel like it might not achieve the goals anyways, unless you somehow managed to get people to actually go and visit it on a regular basis to see what was on there.
So before I let Keenan speak, I'm going to give it an example. Is like recently someone posted out there, I didn't know anything about a concert. It had been posted several times in the newsletters for a school, several times. So putting the information out there does not mean that people are going to go to read it. They're going to go to Facebook or some kind of medium, send a text to someone, say, when is this event? And that's where a lot of people are getting their information. They're not reading the documents we're putting out anymore. People just are not reading it. I mean, we can put it out 10 times and nobody's reading it. That's what's happening. And I notice it all the time with things. Keenan.
Yeah, I think similar to the fitness court topic, I think we're kind of exhausting the discussion here. So I just propose that I don't think necessarily any kind of vote is needed, but if we either defer this back to policy or, come to a consensus here and now, and move on. We're already 15 minutes over time of what this meeting is, and we have, I think, 8 items to get to. And I think we're going to already need to start chopping off this meeting. So,
all right.
So to follow that, Keenan, what Keenan said is what I really wanted to find out from the group is, are you interested in looking at some sort of solutions? I'll look at what the other schools are doing in a little more depth, but I did not want to do that if no one's interested in finding a newer modern solution. Like, I don't want to make all those calls and find out all kinds of information if no one's interested at all. If you're interested in finding out more information that kind of follows the path of that policy, I'm happy to do more legwork if people want to hear it. But if nobody wants to hear it, I don't want to do the legwork. So just general consensus.
I think it's a good idea. Okay.
I think it could be something nice to have, but I feel like expending district resources on it probably isn't particularly worth it. That's kind of my standpoint on it.
Yeah, I think it wouldn't hurt to get information, but if if it seems like everyone's or most people aren't going to be super into it, yeah, Cam, I'd save yourself the time. But I don't know. It might be a good idea. It wouldn't hurt to get information.
Okay.
So a non-answer
Gather
for
some
me.
more information then. So based on what Jeremy said of 5 minutes of flyer, to me that's like low impact. I'll look at some of these other resources. I'll talk to some of the other districts. Might not get a lot of information over the summer, but I'll see what I can find out.
Jeremy, you had raised your hand. Oops, you're on mute.
First point of clarification, it was 5 to 10 minutes. It really kind of depends. And that's not including any vetting process. That's just sent to me as an approved thing. That's the time to put it up. I would honestly recommend you said you had heard from a few community groups. In that I'm in fairly regular conversation with a number of them. I don't know which ones you're talking to, so it might be separate conversations. But I have not heard requests to put things on our website so much as requests for the traditional flyers going out to backpacks. So I would suggest that first we get clarification on what kind of solution meets the prompt effectively. Because if what they're looking for is not to add it to our website, then it's not worth you spending your time exploring that.
Okay, I'll do a quick survey to them and get some background from them first.
All right. Is everyone Keenan?
Sorry. Just in the interest of time, can I propose that we skip 9, the workshop, and move straight to old business?
Okay, well, I just have a fast update on that.
Oh, sure. It's super quick.
It's going to be fast. It's going to be fast. What I'm going to do is I'm working with Groton Dunstable and possibly getting a workshop put together. They are having Tony Bent come in on their first part and do what he did for us last year. And then we may combine and do something. So look for details to come out about that and working on a workshop. All right, that's about the community or the school committee workshop proposal for now. And then once that gets rolling, we can talk about more workshops in the future. All right, moving on to old business. 2026-27 school committee calendar. Did everyone have a chance to look at the calendar that's being presented? Any questions? Right now, we do not have the July 21st. I think everyone would like their summer off, but if we feel like we need a July 21st, we can have that meeting. Thoughts?
In light of the fitness court, we might want to have a short meeting on it.
Or sooner. We could do a sooner one too.
I would leave that to the discretion of you and the superintendent as soon as he gets to talk to the town.
I know that there are some vacations of people, so that's where we might collide with some stuff. So but we'll keep the 21st as a tentative. All right, any other questions? Jackie White.
So did we kind of move? I know there's a few in-person dates here. Most are virtual. Did we all kind of move away from the idea of trying to get together in person?
I think we can integrate some of our workshops to in person because we do have a lot of work to do in some workshops and maybe set some other dates in here. After talking with Groton Dunstable's chair, we would like to do some training together to work with another school committee and maybe possibly even reach out to Lunenburg since we're all here. That's a proposal coming forward, and I'll have more details probably at the August 11th meeting. if people want to pursue more workshops. But those would be more in person instead of having the business meetings.
Yep. I think opportunities to gather and sit across the table from each other are important. And I'd hate to see us go all fall without having the chance to do that. Also, I'm intrigued by what Randy mentioned earlier about how we used to meet every 3 weeks instead of just once a month. Just curious if that might help us with staying on agenda a little bit more effectively, but just a thought.
Anyone else? Lisa Bloom.
Yeah, I totally agree with in-person meetings. So, and I think it was more effective like every 3 weeks. Thank you.
Kim Craven.
In-person meetings are hard for me, but I do think the cadence of meetings is important. I don't know if every 3 weeks or just like every other month an additional meeting, like on a date certain. I don't know if every 3 weeks messes with people's schedules or not that need more consistency. But like I had mentioned earlier in the meeting, I was much more in favor of keeping the additional meeting in June, adding a meeting, not moving the meeting back, because I do think that that makes it harder for us to get through all of our material. You know, like, do we just set a meeting even twice a year to just go over policies instead of, I feel like we push policies down the road a lot. Like that might be helpful to keep us focused on something.
And Kim, that's where I was thinking about the workshops too, is doing a policy workshop so that we can push a lot of the policies that are, easily done, that don't need a lot of the updates, but they still need some community input. So doing like a total policy one, possibly.
Yeah.
And I think that that's where like doing a workshop with Groton Dunstable and Lunenburg, figuring out how they do their meetings sometimes and how they run their policies. I know that Groton just updated their entire policy book with MASC. And they have told me some concerns that happened with that. So I think it'd be an opportunity. And I think if tentatively we just approve this calendar tonight and then come back with those workshops and some in-person meetings, that would be great for everyone to move forward. Jackie.
I don't know if this is allowed, but I'm pretty sure we can all attend any other district school committee meeting, right? Just as an observer. I'm going to challenge
Several
myself.
are recorded. Several are
I'm going to
recorded
challenge
too.
myself to try to listen to another meeting and just to come back and bring some good ideas, things that we saw that we think work well. I would just open that up to any of us if you have time to perhaps do that, because I know there's all things that we wish we could do a little bit better. So just an idea.
Thank you, Jackie. Anyone else? Can I take a motion on the calendar?
I make a motion to move the 2027 or 26-27 calendar.
School committee calendar.
School committee calendar. Thank you, Lisa.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay, so we have Lisa Bloom with the motion and Michael LeBossiere with the second. Any questions? All right, roll call vote. Jackie White.
Yes.
Michael LeBossiere.
Yes.
Craven.
Yes.
Alexander Bancuti.
Yes.
Lisa Bloom.
Yes.
Kenan Francois.
Yes.
Chris Sloan.
Yes.
And Lisa Martin, yes. All right. Moving on. Any updates, Dr. Kumar, on the solar panels for Ashby?
No, we still have not heard back from them, and I was gonna sort of tap Carla tonight if she were here to maybe use some of her face-to-face time with the town administrator to sort of prod, but nothing yet.
Because is it our lawyer has to speak with their lawyer and to figure out the agreement?
I mean, that's the best course that we were told to take, but we haven't even found out who their lawyer is to even set that meeting up.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. We'll continue going with that, and I can send it email too as well, Kevin, and I'll CC you and Superintendent Morgan on
Thank you.
getting information from Ashby. Let's see, the warrant signature appointment. Carla Lima and Lisa Bloom both stepped down from signing warrants. Is there any, right now I have been signing the warrants for the time being. Is anyone interested in taking on signing the warrants or being the alternative?
Is it just you get the email and sign them?
You get the email, you review them, and you sign them.
Yeah. You get the email, you review, you skim through the document, you sign you sign the document. You know, you have to look.
And you can ask questions back about different things on it. You can,
it's got like an AI summary thing on there too. Like, yeah.
It's an electronic signature thing, so you just go in there and e-sign it. Okay.
Sure. If you need someone to sign it, I'll sign it.
And I can be the secondary.
Well, Keenan, I can keep signing them if everyone's okay if I keep signing them. And Michael, if you want to be the secondary.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's fine if you want to do that. I can be the backup.
Oh, thank you, Michael, for absolving me of this.
They just have to be done. And I know that Keenan, you can get busy and there has to be a timely manner that these are done because payroll.
I'm on the computer all day, so that should be pretty easy for me.
Awesome. All right, moving on. Oh, whoops, we need to make
we have to do the motion.
We have a motion.
Yes. Michael, you probably can't make the motion. No. Keenan or someone else have to make the motion.
I move to appoint Lisa Martin as primary signatory and Michael Labossiere as secondary signatory for the warrants.
I second the motion.
All right, that was Keenan Francois and Alexander Bancuti with the second. Any questions? Any concerns? All right, roll call vote. Jackie White.
Yes.
Michael Labossiere.
Yes.
Kim Craven.
Yes.
Alexander Bancuti.
Yeah.
Lisa Bloom.
Yes.
Keenan Francois.
Yes.
Chris Sloan.
Yes.
And myself, yes. Finance Committee. There has not been an appointment to the chairperson. It is on the agenda if you wanted to elect the chairperson tonight. If not, you guys can organize a meeting and have your election. Feelings among the Finance Committee?
Mike, are you up for it?
Yeah, I'm up for it. I'll do this finance subcommittee.
All right.
I move we elect Mike Labossiere as chair of the Finance Committee.
Do I have a second? Okay, so that is Kim Craven and Jackie White with the second. Any questions, concerns? All right. Kim Craven.
Yes.
Jackie White.
Yes.
Michael Labossiere.
Yes.
Alexander Bancuti.
Yes.
The Bloom.
Yes.
Chris Sloan.
Yes.
And Francois.
Yes.
Myself, yes. All right. Congratulations, Michael.
Hooray.
All right. We have a budget transfer. Dr. Comier or Nancy? Or does Nancy want to do this one since it's her last budget transfer?
Can fight over it. I guess I'll take it. So this is the accumulation of, this is a summary accumulation of all the detailed transfers for the entire school year. We will need to make I believe, based on the earlier discussions, make a change for the fitness court funding, which was in the original motion. And I could share my screen with the new numbers. My recommendation would be to take that funding, unless there's a difference of opinion, take that funding and leave it in the facilities, plant facilities operations area of the budget. It's got to be left somewhere, or could be left in out of district placements or something like that, which is essentially where basically we pulled a lot of the funding from.
Nancy, when that happens and we close out the year, does it automatically drop into E&D?
Whatever funding is left after we close the year, after the June 30th date, or actually after the final warrants are paid for June, that number would roll into E&D.
Okay.
So right now, the way this vote was structured was to transfer that 115,000 to a capital project account. We did the similar thing when we did the crosswalk. I modeled it after that project. So we did a project in Pepperell with the crosswalks, and we transferred the funding out of the general fund to set up a capital project, which means it basically rolls over. We could put it in a capital project. The section of the budget that has capital projects, but of course that's again the June 30th deadline. I don't know, is there a feeling for it? I just felt like maybe it'd go back to the facilities area. Again, there's a lot of moving parts to this budget transfers, because we still have a fair amount of POs open that bills are coming in, and I'm doing my very best to get the funding in the places it belongs so that we can have it in the appropriate line items as we close the year out. If we end up with a July meeting, that'll make our life a little easier in the sense that we could have a final transfer at the very end.
We can call a July meeting, Nancy and Kevin, if that's necessary to do that. All we would have to do is make sure that there's a quorum of people for that meeting. Kim Craven.
My question was for Nancy on that. Does that need to be within 15 days of the close of the fiscal year?
Really, any spending that we're going to do before June 30th should be obligated before June 30th. All that happens between July 1st and the 15th is the bills roll in. So we have the final bills for the obligations that we made prior to June 30th. So the approval of the transfer at that point would be somewhat after the fact, in the sense that we'd already obligated the funding. Then we'd just be cleaning up and making sure that the school committee can see all the transfers that occurred. But we usually share the final spending of where it all worked out to, where all the spending ended at some point through the summer when we get the closeouts and any final adjustments.
I knew we could do it after June 30th. I just wasn't sure if there was a very specific timeline, because I know you have a ton of work to do to close it out, but that it is customary. So I'm certainly willing to make sure that I'm available according to your timeline to make sure that all of that can happen, because I know you have to do all that.
I mean, this is our very best guess as to where we're going to end and where we need those budget transfers. There's probably still changes that'll be happening, and we would just update the committee. I wouldn't think anything major from this point forward, but unless we have a special meeting, let's say.
Lisa Bloom.
Can we just go ahead and plan a meeting for the 21st after our policy meeting, since we have it then? And then it's not a surprise in trying to get it organized with everyone.
We can. It's
You can-
tentatively on there.
Okay.
All right. So is the feeling not to put the 115,000 out of capital projects?
I could share my screen so you can see the transfer amounts, and we could talk about that if that's okay.
Nancy, thank you.
Can you let me know if that's visible for everybody?
That is visible.
So originally this was the 115,000. And what I was proposed, and this was the 454 that's in the proposed transfer. So my suggestion was to take this 115 for now, at least for this moment, and say, let's leave it in operations, maintenance, technology area, facilities. And I'm leaning it towards the capital side. So therefore that those capital things other capital things could be purchased before June 30th. That'd be great. Then it's available there. If not, it closes out. So it would look like this for the vote. Taking $125,053.99, adding that to instructional support, adding $569,155 to operations, maintenance, and technology, adding $36,981 to interest debt service, transferring from the insurance retirement programs and other area, and transferring out of district tuition and assessments. And again, this is the summary version of it. In your packet, the detail has the column that's highlighted, has every single line item change that kind of rolls into these transfers. If somebody wanted to look at the detailed lines.
Jackie White.
Just thinking about the ADA compliance updates that we may do, and I know we're still going after some funding for that help as well, but I mean, those would count as capital projects, no? Like, is there anything potentially that might come to us in the next week that we could say, let's send that over there?
While we don't have the exact, like the detail, the firm did give Dr. Reese sort of like a high level summary of where some of the areas we need to look at are. So we could potentially take a look at what are nice. I don't want to say quick fixes, because if they were quick, we would have done them. But something that's manageable for us in the amount of time we have. That's probably something we could take a look at if need be.
And I think there was signage related things in there as well. That's fairly easy order generally.
They're like bathroom fixtures was a big one. I think that was like $600,000. So we could just take a couple of schools and update some bathroom fixtures, and just buy a bunch of them and put them in over the summer.
All right. Are people okay with this? Any questions from the committee? All right. Somebody does have to read all of the numbers.
Okay. We're doing as presented, right?
You have to read each number because it's money.
Yeah, I think the only change from what's in the agenda is the operations maintenance technology section is 569,155. If you just make a quick note of that, and obviously leaving out the 115 transfer for now. 115,000 for the transfer to capital projects.
Operations maintenance is what now? 569.
569,155.
And we are not doing the 115 of capital project.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. I move that the committee vote to approve the FY26-2 budget transfer as follows. $125,053.99 added to instructional support equipment. $569,155 added to operations maintenance technology. $36,981 $1,981 added to debt service interest. Those funds will be transferred from $71,701.28 from insurance, retirement programs, and other. $659,488.94 from payment to out of district and assessments, for a total transfer of whatever that number is.
Same number.
Same number, 731,190.22.
I second.
That was Keenan Francois with the motion and a second from Lisa Bloom. It's a roll call vote. Any questions? All right. Michael Labossiere.
Yes.
Jackie White.
Yes.
Kim Craven. Kim.
Are you gonna hear me? Yes.
Lisa Bloom.
Yes.
Chris Sloan.
Yes.
Keenan Francois.
Yes.
Lisa Bankrute. Alexander Bankrute.
Yes.
Lisa Martin, yes. All right. Continuing on to negotiations. There's no update from negotiations at this time. Policy. I was elected the chairperson of policy, and we are moving forward. We had a policy meeting tonight where we reviewed our tracker system and how we are going to handle some of the policies going forward. We are starting this summer. We're going to be doing the B section, which is our governance section. Each one of us has been assigned, that's in the policy committee, 10 policies to update and bring back to the subcommittee, and then we will bring them forward for the meeting. Now we have policy BE, duration of school committee meetings. You guys did see the update and how to limit the time of committee meetings. We do not have to update this one tonight. We can review it, we can chat about it, or it can be put off to another time. Thoughts? Okay, seeing no thoughts, I think we will push this to our next meeting, since it is being reviewed by the subcommittee at this time. Going on to number 3, the policy of artificial intelligence. I am going to hand this to Michael Labossiere because he's worked a lot on this, and so has Superintendent Morgan. He can give the update as well.
Yeah. I'll start, and then Superintendent Morgan, and I'll hand it off to you. But basically, the district needs, a policy regarding AI. It's obviously a very, very sort of disruptive technology. There's a lot happening with it right now. It's all over the news. There's so we need at least a baseline policy to work from. And I've been looking a lot at what Boston Public Schools has been doing, because they had a recent meeting, I think it was in May, where they presented a draft version of what they have for an AI policy moving forward. There was a presentation and everything. Lots of research has been done. They did a bunch of research on it, and they have what I think is a good framework to work from for us to look at, and like a lot of things that maybe we would have missed if we had tried to do it all ourselves. So we have some great sort of starting point to work from, but this is not something that we're going to do it once and then be completely done with it forever. But I feel like we need something in place that gives us a framework to work with, but flexibility to sort of change things in the future, and also giving the administration enough flexibility to sort of deal with the changing landscape of AI, and basically the fact that it is completely unavoidable at this point in the world, where even if we could try to set a policy that says no AI ever, but that's basically unenforceable. So we need something a little more considered, and a little bit more acknowledging the reality of the world. And so I think that Boston's does a good job of balancing that and making clear that AI should not be used as a substitute for brains. But um, basically, I think that what we need to do is we need to work from that as a starting point and get ourselves a policy that will work for the district. And uh, so, uh, Superintendent Morgan, like, what are your thoughts on where to go forward with this?
Sure. So I agree. I think that we're at a point where we do have to put something into place. I did reach out to Boston and got their permission to utilize whatever I saw fit is being applicable to North Middlesex with regard to their set of procedures. And they are procedures. It's just to be clear, they're going to implement a policy that basically says we will follow the procedures that the school district and school committee has approved. So it's a very simple policy, but the procedures talk about developing, promoting literacy, professional development, responsible use, use by educators, school leaders and staff, students, successful implementation of schools, prohibited tools, and academic integrity. So in addition to the Boston document, I looked at some other documents that are currently in use. They've all been legally vetted, and I have shared with the committee a set of artificial intelligence guidelines that I think will work for North Middlesex. We've fully vetted them. We've had our legal counsel vet them as well. Myself, Dr. Boa Reese, and some other central office staff have gone over these and think we're in a really good place. But the reality is that we can't move forward with AI until we have something in place so that we're able to remain grounded and making sure that we're doing what we need to do for our staff and students. To be honest, I view this very much like our student handbook, which is something that is going to have to be reviewed annually by the committee because it is constantly changing. There may be situations where over the course of a year, which has happened with the handbook as well, where we have to make a change to these guidelines because something has happened or we have new information that we have to act on to make sure that, again, our staff and students are protected. So I do think that the document that has been shared with school committee gives us a good framework. I think it puts us in a position to make sure that the students have some access to it, but not too much access. The reality is that they're going to need some level of education on this if they're going to move forward after high school, whether it be entering the workforce or going off to college. So I do think the procedures and guidelines leave us with a good framework that will be enough. We'll be doing just enough for our students so again, they are prepared and making sure that our staff are prepared to responsibly work with the students using AI.
Superintendent Morgan, this is something that would be distributed out to families when the handbook is delivered to them and things like that, correct?
Yes, it'll go out to families. It's something that and it's something that we are going to have to enforce because there are, there's the responsible use aspect of it for staff and for students. There's the academic integrity component for students. So there are things in this document that will have to be enforced if there's a violation. But that being said, there are schools out there that outright say you cannot use AI. But in reality, if in an email, as you're emailing someone, if you have Grammarly or something like that, that's AI. So any type of correction that's coming up or anything, you're getting AI. You're getting AI when you use your cell phone. Sometimes automatically, it's just happening, and students don't always know it. It just occurs. Usually, if you look something up on the internet now, one of the first responses is something from generative AI. So it's making sure that, again, we want to make sure the students are protected, but also we want to make sure that they're not in the dark.
Is this document something that will be used in a professional development and handed out to staff?
So yes, so it's something that the staff will have. it will be covered with staff, but it will also allow us, because it did come up in school committee meetings, you know, that we had the school committee members, and I agree, saying that we should not be moving forward with AI until we have something concrete in place for AI. So I feel very strongly that we need something like these guidelines, which again have been legally vetted by our attorneys. You know, we've used a good amount of what Boston had, but this allows us the ability to now move forward and work with the staff on it so they can address issues with the students. It's happening. It's happening whether we do it or not. I mean, one way or the other, there are things that, you know, we're not in every classroom every day. Students, staff are using it on some level. Students are using it on some level, but we have not been able to give them guidance up to this point, and this will allow us to give them the necessary guidance.
Alexander Bancuti.
I will say this is generally a reasonable framework. I do think, just to be brutally honest, you can't keep students from using AI if you're assigned something at home, if you're assigned something on a computer. I think, in order to get them to use those critical thinking skills and to get them to actually think for themselves, and to get them to actually learn how to do, how to interpret and find information on their own. I think we will have to be moving more towards a lot of pen and paper and more towards a lot of stuff out of books. That's also been shown recently that, using those physical resources is better for memory retention. It's just, generally better. So I think this is a reasonably good framework, and I think I'm glad that Michael was on the team, because I know he has his suspicions of AI here and there too. So I appreciate that his eyes were on this. So this is a reasonable framework, but I think at the end of the day, speaking as a teacher myself, there's a lot of changes we're going to have to make, because in the last 20 years, we've really come to rely on computers in the classroom, and because they've really increased a lot of our workflow and stuff. It's so much easier to have everything turned in on Google Classroom if you're the type of teacher who's on the computer all the time. But I think we're going to have to change the way some things work. And that's going to require, there's going to be growing pains in that. There's going to be a lot of readjustment in that, and keeping this flexible and having it renewed frequently is a very good idea, because, just like when smartphones came in, things moved at a rapid clip, and some ideas we thought were good at first turned out to be bad. Some ideas we thought were bad turned out to be good. And, you always have to make adjustments. So I'm glad we're open to renewing this and revising this.
Thank you, Alexander. Any other questions about this? Kim. Sorry, you were hidden behind my screen. Kim, you're on mute.
I appreciate all the effort that went into this, having worked on something similar for my own work. I know how complicated it can be, and that balance that Alexander just talked about of the critical thinking skills and what to do should the internet go down. How to find out information is really important, and then balancing it with some of the new job descriptions that come out there that say, necessary to know how to use AI tools. Creating that balance is really critical. So, I took a look at what you put together, and I think it looks really good, and I think it's going to be a challenge going ahead, just keeping up with all of the challenge. So, really great work. I appreciate that. Collecting the information and looking at what others are doing. So thanks for preparing it for our students and staff.
Michael, is your hand down?
No, I accidentally clicked it again, but I just wanted to say that so having looked at the guidelines and both the original, the ones from Boston, and then the ones that Superintendent Morgan provided, I think that what we can do moving forward is, I think that we can basically devise a policy which is something to the effect of, the district shall develop AI guidelines and update them on a regular basis, basically. Because right now, making a policy that has a lot of detail seems like a fool's errand because it is going to have to change a bunch. So I think as a first pass, we essentially say like the district administration will develop guidelines and implement them, et cetera, et cetera. And then using this sort of initial batch of guidelines that the superintendent has provided, that can be our sort of first set of guidelines that will then be sort of distributed out to the district and used for professional development. But part of the new policy should be, I think, a revisit at least annually, I think, of the guidelines so that the committee can look at them, provide feedback, they can get updated, or if necessary, we could add provisions to the policy directly to say like basically the guidelines must do X, Y, and Z. But I think as a first pass, we just say we have guidelines and they get implemented, and then from there we can sort of work on them further.
Michael, I'm going to add to that. I think MASC will be coming out with something with artificial intelligence, but I do think for the time being, we do need that placeholder policy that says this is, go to our guidelines. These are our guidelines for artificial intelligence, and not build that into the policy directly, because we know that this is something that's going to be changing quickly.
Yeah, exactly. So this gets us something, and then we can refine it as we find more things out and learn more things, or MASC comes out with some guidelines, and then we can update the policy, and if necessary, also update the guidelines, and just we know that this is going to be a rolling thing because stuff is changing and new information is coming out.
Exactly. All right, Chris Sloan.
One statement and then one question. Just kind of looking through some of these, I do agree that we're covering a lot of good areas here. And I would just say, based on what I'm seeing in like my day job, software development, these are some of the things we're hitting with, new hires coming out of college as well, highlighting these limitations, considerations, the risks, and making sure that, we're using these as tools and not just as a replacement for thinking. So it was good to see some of that. And even in, the development world, we're looking at this training annually as well. So I think that's something we'll need to replicate here. And then I guess just logistically, I think the agenda we're voting to do a first reading of these, are we going to put this whole guideline out there, or is this separate?
This isn't necessarily a policy, Chris. This is guidelines.
Yeah.
And so we haven't actually put a policy together yet. It will be in our meeting. Our next meeting we'll put an artificial intelligence policy in. This is just guidelines.
Yeah, and I think that the simplest thing is just like a one paragraph policy that basically says we're gonna have guidelines, and the admin is gonna produce them and implement them, and here's where they're gonna be, and that will be our first pass. And I'm happy to write that, or Superintendent Morgan, if you just want to throw something together, like I don't think it needs to be complicated. I think it just needs to basically be a reference to the guidelines, and then that will be our starting point, and we can add to it from there.
We can bring that back on the subcommittee policy next meeting and approve that, and then get it to the school committee.
Yeah.
But tonight, does the committee want to move and approve the guidelines that were presented? I think that's the vote that we should take. All right, Michael, you get to make the motion.
All right. So I move that the school committee accepts the artificial intelligence guidelines as presented.
I second.
That was Michael Labossiere and Lisa Bloom with a second. All right. Roll call vote. Jackie White.
Yes.
Michael Labossiere.
Yes.
Kim Craven. And yes, I think she said yes. I didn't hear you quick. Alexander Bancuti.
Yes.
Lisa Bloom.
Yes.
Sloan.
Yes.
And myself, yes.
Thank you.
All right. going on to cell phone use. Were people able to read the policy and see the strikes or
The changes.
the changes?
Yes.
And I think that this was Jackie White.
I was just gonna say, like, I did see the email, I believe, that came from the superintendent, maybe from Miss Smith and her advocating for this policy change. Do you want to just walk us through, like, why some of the strikes came and just how you arrived at this version that we're looking at?
Sure. So essentially, and just to clarify, I've been told multiple times that this was going to be done at the state level prior to the start of next school year, and it still has not happened yet. I still think there's a very good chance it's going to happen, but the state is moving towards a full ban. Essentially, what happened at the high school was this past year, students were only allowed to use their cell phones during passing time in the cafeteria at the high school level only. They were allowed to have one earbud in if they were walking in the hallway, or have one earbud in if they were in the cafeteria. And basically, through polling the staff at the high school and surveying the staff still felt as though it was a problem, and that cell phones were a problem with getting students to turn them in. And that still may be an issue with this particular case. But the overwhelming majority at the high school, the staff, have asked for a full ban for the duration of the school day. And that would include earphones as well. Unless there is a health issue or a special education, individualized education plan, or a health issue, a student is on a 504 or something along those lines, which are very, very rare. But they still feel as though, again, it is they're having a negative impact on education. There are still issues with students using them or hiding them or turning in a phone that isn't their real phone, but it's a backup phone. And just feel as though it's still taking away from the education of students. In addition to that, this policy would eliminate the use of AI glasses, which have become another issue at the high school. Those are essentially computers that students are wearing as glasses, and they're able to do things that regular glasses are not. The only thing that this does not eliminate would be the use of cell phones on school buses, because quite honestly, we don't have any way of policing that. The school bus drivers don't have any way of enforcing that. We would literally have to have at least one bus monitor on every bus monitoring what the students are doing. And there's simply no way. So even though there are, a lot of the issues that occur with cell phones, such as pictures, videos, things of that nature, where students may be engaging in inappropriate behavior, that is not something that we're able to address at this point in time. But we are able to look at how they're being used in the school. And it really is only a change at the high school level. There's been essentially a total ban in place, K-8, for years. So it's really only a high school issue. What we have not determined yet is the storage component. Are we going to look at a pouch where the students have to put them in a pouch and they are basically, they're not usable at that point? They have no signal. I know that we are looking at grants for those. Or are we going to look at something else? There's the potential we're going to look at, is there a way that we can create spots in the building, such as bathrooms, where cell phones can't be used because there's no signal in the bathroom? Those are all things that other districts are utilizing and looking at, but we also have to be fiscally responsible with how we go about this ban as well. So we're going to do the best we can, look at all of our options. We have a couple of months to put something in place. And it comes down to what is going to be the best method for our students. And it may take a couple of years for us to get to where we want to be. But again, felt very strongly that all wireless communication devices, artificial intelligence, camera-enabled devices, and headphones, cell phones should essentially be banned pre-K to 12 during the school day.
Any questions, Alexander?
I'm just going to say, from my experience as a teacher, I completely agree with these changes that ramp it up to a full ban. At my work, we, started with a full ban of cell phones at the beginning of the year. Then they crept into lunchtime. Then they crept into different passing period times. The headphones too, it was none, and then they had them in. I strongly believe you just got to flat out, other than for medical reasons or IEP reasons, you have to just flat out keep cell phones and AirPods away from students, smart glasses, smart watches, keep them away from students the whole school day, because at best, they're depending on them to think. At worst, they're distracting themselves and everyone else around them. The best case scenarios are being academically dishonest to get good grades with them. But a lot of kids are just playing videos. I completely agree with these changes. I want the cell phones and the AirPods out of the schools completely.
All right. Jackie, did you have your hand up? Jackie.
I'm obviously not in the schools every day. Like Alex, that's why I appreciate your perspective on this. I'm on the other side of the fence where I disagree with a full ban. I think my husband has a phrase that locks keep honest people honest. So I do worry that we're going to be punishing the students who are normal, compliant kids anyway, with an inability to communicate with parents during the day. Logistically, we don't have everything nailed down during the day. So it's always really helpful to be able to go back and forth with kids on schedules and driving and what's happening. Also, having lived life with a student with social emotional issues and dysregulation, it provided me with an outlet for us to communicate, and I could kind of talk him off the ledge when needed. And so it wouldn't escalate and bubble over into other areas in his day. It just adds that other way for him to communicate. So I just worry about those students who it's like a safety mechanism and just a family help. Again, I fully respect that I'm not in the schools every day to see the horrible downsides of this, but that's just my feeling.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but at the same time, it's I understand, yeah, that they're, but at the same time, logistically, a lot of parents can call the school. Second of all, I think, yeah, there are a few kids that benefit, but almost 100, 99.9% of them do not. And even the kids who are generally compliant, cell phones are extremely addictive on an order similar to drugs, right? If you have that thing in your pocket and it's just infinite entertainment all the time, especially Instagram and TikTok, they are designed to be addictive. They're designed to be Skittles or M&Ms. You just keep popping the things, right? You keep flipping through videos. You keep flipping through reels. You keep checking all your friends' posts. They're designed to be super, super addictive. And so even kids with more self-control, I feel succumb to I have a lot of kids who are have parents who push them, to work hard. They do all their homework. They do well on tests. They participate in the class discussions. They listen to the teacher. But even they will get on the phone and just start flipping through Instagram or flipping through TikTok. And I think there are benefits for some kids. I agree that I'm sympathetic to that. But at the same time, the harm outweighs the benefit for just the vast majority of students. And I really think we just need to clamp it down as much as possible, because it's rough out there. I'll say it's rough out there.
Why not? What's not working with the model of class by class?
Because them having it at all it creeps out in the class. They have it in their pocket, it comes out in class. It's a compulsion. And like we all do it. I'm guilty of it. We're all guilty of it. We're all addicted to our devices, right? And teenagers with their underdeveloped brains are like even more susceptible to addiction. That's like why we don't like to let them like smoke tobacco or marijuana or drink alcohol, right? Because it's one of those things. They can be extremely susceptible to addiction. And it's, it's just, I've seen it time and time again. I've just seen kids just like enthralled to the thing. And when you're an adult, you can kind of separate, you can kind of like, be like, I got to be responsible now, or at least most of us can. But kids, it's just so much harder to take that step to be like, no, I got to put this down. I got to be honest. Even though this is an easy way out, this is a way to get an A on my test, or this is a way to entertain myself when I'm bored in history class. No, I just got to put this away and I got to focus on what I got to do. It's so hard for kids to do that. The fewer distractions there are in a classroom, the better off kids will be. And like, this is just from my experience as a teacher and from like relevant data I've seen, because I look into that stuff because I'm a freak. All right, sorry.
Thank you, Alexander. Any other questions or concerns? And Jackie, I understand about the emotional support for that device and everything, and the communication where you want to communicate with your kid during the day and figure out the logistics. But again, this is a policy that we can bring back again and make an update to it. But this is a request by administration and even the teachers saying that we would be better off if we ban everything totally, and easier to probably control if it's a ban for everything.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. Because I do know that even the good kids that you don't think are going to cheat with the cell phone are cheating with the cell phone.
Do we think that this is going to be like a huge uptick in like administrative time on disciplinary sides, and are we prepared to handle that?
So again, this was really coming from the high school directly and coming from the staff. I do know that Ms. Smith is supportive of it. As far as an uptick in issues, there wasn't really a huge uptick in issues this year. I mean, some of the issues that we had, quite honestly, were with things not always being enforced consistently from classroom to classroom, which presented some issues. Because some teachers made sure that, at the start of every class, those cell phone holders, like the shoe holders that were hanging in every single class, had a cell phone in it, and the cell phones weren't out, and it wasn't an issue. It wasn't always the case, and it's not always the case. It's like that everywhere, where you don't have 100% compliance, but it really came down to less of an issue with it happening in class, but those issues still occurring in the hallway and during lunch, and in the bathrooms, because the students still had them on their person, where under this policy, there is going to be some storage plan for them, so they won't have access to them at all.
And what were the issues that happened during lunch and like non-structured class time?
Social media. Kids were going on to social media. Kids were taking pictures of other students, videotaping other students without their permission. They were being used in the bathroom for inappropriate things. I mean, I can certainly have Ms. Smith come to the next meeting and provide more detail. It was only an issue with the high school because it was the only school that allowed them. So she would be the best person to speak to. But the majority of the issues were happening during those unstructured times when cell phones were allowed.
And I do know, Jackie, that this was talked about in classes with students about taking a full ban on cell phones next year. Because I mean, the state had been talking about it, and I know that several of our teachers and principals, because even my child came home and said, hey, is this really happening? And I said, yes, it may happen because people are violating rules that we've put in place. So I know that some kids, it has been vetted through some of the classrooms. Any other discussion? Kim Craven.
Thank you. My only concern, sorry to have to bring it up, is that during critical events, sentinel events, cell phones are used to transmit information, critical information, and for reunification with families. That's my only worry about kids not having the phones. I know, obviously, when most of us were in school, we didn't have cell phones. That's the only thing that I worry about.
The only piece that I can speak to for that, and again, I don't know if the school of thought has changed on this. I used to be a STARS member and used to work with other schools when there were emergencies. And again, this may have changed, so I may be out of date on this, but originally the school of thought was that when there was a critical event, we did not want students to have their cell phones because, generally speaking, when parents got those phone calls, they only had one thing at the forefront of their mind, which was the safety of their own child, and that they would converge on the school and potentially create an even more unsafe situation. That was the school of thought then. I don't know if it's changed. As I said, it very well could have changed. But I have not been actively involved in that training for quite some time. So
that's been my understanding. Like as a teacher, like having gotten trainings on stuff like that, that's been my understanding that generally you don't want students to be calling their parents if there is like a huge emergency like that, because parents will, I mean, most of us here are parents, right? You just go. It's nature. Like you just go, you help your kid. And sometimes that's not actually helpful, And so in trainings I've been in, they have said, don't have the kids, don't make a bunch of cell phone calls, So
yeah. In some of the shooting incidences, the information has been invaluable with giving information to law enforcement. But just sentinel events, storms, tornadoes, which we're getting more of. That's the only thing. But otherwise, I'm not in a classroom either. And I don't have any other problems with it. But that's just the only consideration.
Yeah, I'm just giving what I've heard,
Superintendent Morgan, are you looking for adoption tonight, or do we want to do first reading on this and come back?
I'll leave that up to the committee. I mean, it does sound like we're leaning towards a July meeting, so that would certainly give us the time. I think waiting into not having a July meeting would make it really, really difficult for us to implement this. But also waiting, it could impact our ability to.
Yeah. Would suspect.
Yeah.
Superintendent, you need more time to socialize this with the family, so I don't have a problem approving it tonight.
So I think that we can do a first reading on this, and if there's feedback, and then approve it at the July 21st meeting, if that's okay with everyone.
Do we need it back for the handbook to be voted in or no?
We're not going to have the handbook until the 21st anyway. Okay. So that's the other piece with this, why a July meeting may be helpful, because I was supposed to have the handbook in hand Thursday morning, and I did not. And I needed it Thursday morning in order to get it to you within the 48 hours because of Juneteenth.
So I think my suggestion to the committee is that we approve this tonight for a first reading, let the community have feedback on it. we can invite Principal Smith back to the next meeting and she can give us more details, if that's okay with everyone. All right. Would
Can I just
somebody?
add one more comment?
Yep.
Sorry. So
Go ahead.
as I'm thinking about this too, like another thing at the high school level is that sometimes athletic coaches will communicate with their teams on like buses and all of that really important stuff that's timely. Just throwing it out there. If the kids are cut off from that communication, that's another piece.
I can mention that to Ms. Smith as well.
Yep. And again, I am in full favor of during class time. Yes, full
So
band.
they can, the best way for that communication to happen, Jackie, is not through text messages. They shouldn't have the cell phone numbers of students. I think there's a policy with that. I think they're supposed to communicate through email. That's how a coach should be communicating.
Or they
and
use
not
their
text
apps,
messaging.
like the
Yeah, and I think
team
the
app.
apps can be sent to where they get an email notification
Okay.
and not a text message. Because coaches can't directly, there is a policy. Am I right, Brad? There is a policy where coaches can't directly
I'm not sure if
communicate.
it's a school committee policy, but it is, it's
Safe sports.
It's in the handbook.
And can the kids check their emails during the day on the Chromebooks at school?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And that's a way that several communicate out too, is through their emails.
And generally speaking, if this policy goes into place and there are holes with it like that, if there's a significant hole, then there's going to have to be announcements that are made.
True.
Yep. So.
All right. So can I take a motion from someone on the floor?
I move that we approve policy GBEF and JICJ, use of cell phones and portable communication devices, for first reading.
Second.
I second.
That is Michael LaBossiere with the motion and Lisa Bloom with the second. Any discussion? What, did I miss something, Lisa?
I think it was Kim. I think Kim said it second first.
Okay, so Kim Craven with the second on that. All right, roll call vote. Jackie White.
Yes.
Michael LaBossiere.
Yes.
Craven.
Yes.
Lisa Bloom.
Yes.
Alexander Bancuti.
Yes.
Sloan.
Yes.
And myself, yes. All right. Moving on to policy, and we're going to jump to policy KFR1, and that's a community use of school facilities and the fee proposal one. So I'm going to hand this over to Mr. Hammond, and he's going to explain, because he is our facilities use person and sets up all our community members to use facilities and monitors that very closely.
So KFR1 is the primary, E1 is the primary instigation of putting this on here. Because it is a fee schedule, it does require more regular updates than most policies. The current official version that's out there is a version that I had worked on, and it's a little bit more complicated. Part of it was that I had put pieces in place to help with the transition into having more consistent pricing throughout. Can you just hold on a second? Sorry, I had a side question. So the draft that I put together essentially pulls out the concept of the season camp that we had implemented in the current version. The idea is to make things, again, a little bit more consistent, moving in that direction. And most groups are not particularly taking advantage of that at this point. Some of the cost savings that were allowed specifically to the season camp grouping have been applied directly within all community groups. The primary areas for that are for the auditorium at Nistisit, the Performing Arts Center at the high school, and the turf field, essentially separating out the staffing element that had been built into it due to previous versions of the policy. And for the auditorium, as well as Performing Arts Center, allowing those spaces to be reserved for, say, a rehearsal or practice when the commons is not needed, without reserving the commons, and therefore allowing the price to be somewhat reduced for when they're not utilizing the commons as part of that reservation. There are a couple of fee adjustments in here. Most of them are, I don't think there's anything really more than a $5 range. And that's just rounding out a couple of things based on patterns I've been seeing, and the fact that the prices themselves, I don't believe have been updated in probably 8 years or so. I'd have to look up when the policy was initially created. Most of those adjustments were made at the high school level, where quite honestly, community groups aren't really renting the majority of those spaces anyhow, certainly not the gymnasium, due to use by by the district itself. It's just simply not available within the schedule. When we can, we do make it available. The other change that this makes, or more significant change that this makes, is it allows for the Hothenbrook and Varnabrook gyms to be rented as half gyms at a reduced cost. The reason for that, first of all, it matches some of the pricing for the season camp by doing the half gym. It's also something that we frankly had to implement out of necessity because we've had more requests than we have gym space in the district. So there have been multiple occasions where groups have rented half of the gym, we pull a curtain across, and another group is using the other half of the gym. So this just essentially allows that to be put in place. Now, based on the direction of the policy committee from the more recent meetings, the direction of conversation, in case the school committee decided to move away from having the fee schedule itself be a policy as opposed to a district managed guideline. That is why I asked Robin to also include policy KF and KFR1 on the agenda, just in case they need to be discussed. If we were to essentially end KFE1 and replace it with a district managed guideline, really the only difference between this policy and that, at least initially, would be formatting. And then KF, I had it jotted down. Let me verify. I believe it's KF itself. No, sorry, KFR1 would need to be modified specifically on item 19, simply because item 19 on KFR1 specifically references that the fee schedule is in KFE1. So it would just be a minor edit to that. The only reason why I asked her to include KF is because it's the base policy for that both of these are based off of. And in case they need to be discussed, I wanted to make sure they were on the agenda so you could do so. Any questions?
Jackie White.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. Can you repeat what you said at the outset, that none of these fees are going up more than $5 to $10 over what they had been previously?
I don't believe there's anything that's even $10. I would have to go point by point to verify, but really was not looking to make a lot of cost changes as part of it.
Okay.
I think the largest jumps are only to make sure that staffing pay aligns with union contracts, but that's only on the staff pay side.
In case they need like a custodian at the event or supervision. I think that was the other one.
The primary one was actually the AV technician, which I forgot to mention when I gave my spiel, because right now that's in the current policy, the pay for AV technicians, which is generally a teacher, is actually less than what the teachers are supposed to make by their union contract for additional hours in the district. It is not specifically called out, so it's not been a major problem, but where we're trying to get teachers interested in helping out as an AV technician, that's the primary place where that's been a problem. No one's interested.
And for like the Performing Arts Center and the turf, these are like a per event or a season, right? It's not like you'd incur $240 like every week that you're in rehearsals or something.
Those are per hour fees.
Per hour?
They are per hour.
Okay.
But so which line are you referencing for 240?
So like I'm looking at this table here.
So that's the current version. That's not the what I'm proposing. But yes, and if you look at the headings at the top, that's other groups and organizations. So community groups never pay that 240 an hour.
Gotcha.
The community groups in this, and this is where I'm trying to simplify it a little bit as well. You can see there's a breakdown. Most of the community groups are paying under that town-based nonprofit groups column. And that's where I had previously broken out that season camp concept to try to provide a little bit more affordability. In the current version, what I've done instead is just combine it. I added basically $5. I called the Performing Arts Center $100 an hour. Staffing is a separate thing, and that is when you're including the comments. When you're not including the comments, then that one is actually, I guess that's where what is up 10, because that one's at $50.
And you said this at the beginning. Sorry, I missed it. The version that you're proposing, which one is that? Where should we be looking for that?
The version I'm proposing, let me look at your.
So
it's
it's
one that
draft
says
in the name.
Draft in the name.
Is it the one called Draft for Summer?
Yes, it probably
yeah,
says
KFE1 draft for summer
Draft for summer.
2026.
in the
Got it.
agenda. It just says
Yeah,
yes.
in the folder, the policy
Yeah.
folder, in the meeting, that KFE1 draft for summer is the new one.
Perfect. Thank you.
So the new
Kim
one's the one
Craven.
that has more kind of preamble, but there's only 2 columns for the pricing schedule.
Kim Craven.
Just sorry, I've been trying to go back and forth because looking at it before the meeting, I wasn't 100% sure what I was supposed to be lining up. So now, like the Performing Arts Center complex, it's $50 an hour. Am I correct on that?
Without the comments. With the comments, it would be $100 an hour.
So now it's 50 without the comments, and it's going to save 50 without the comments.
Currently, it is 40 without the comments, but currently, no, sorry, currently, and this is part of where it gets confusing. Currently, it is 50 without the comments. I misspoke earlier. I was looking at the next line down. So in the current version, what's confusing me even is the next line below that is the AV technician fee, which I moved and just made it staffing fees in the new version. So it is currently $50 an hour in the current version. However, that is only accessible if you don't have the comments. That is only accessible in the current version if you are considered a season or a camp, which would mean that you are renting more than 100 hours. So for the majority of groups, for the Performing Arts Center, no one's actually been at that $50 rate at the moment. The new
So-
version would make that accessible to other groups.
All right. So this is one of those things where, sorry, I need like an infograph and a new little line chart. Because I was having a hard time like figuring out like what am I trying to compare here quickly? And I was struggling a little bit. So I definitely want to hear from like the folks that normally rent these spaces. And I'd love to know a little bit, because I don't know that we have a good idea, or some people that have been on the committee longer might. Of how many times are we renting? What is the demand for the space? What does this kind of look like for us? And just like I said, a little bit clearer path. In hearing you talk about it, might be easier for me to go back and look at it side by side. I think without your explanation, it was a little bit harder for me.
If there's a desire, I can probably run through a lot of it fairly quickly, but I don't want to hold up everyone if there's not a desire for that.
I think
No,
I was
everyone's
looking for the line too,
tired.
like of like comparing what are we moving from and going to, right? And I think you've just answered that for us that it's very nominal, that it's not a huge
Yeah.
increase.
So I guess hearing silence, let me see if I can just kind of hit a few of the more specific comparisons, because this is where part of this is difficult to line graph because it's somewhat based on what the reality of actual use has been. So for instance, at the high school, the Performing Arts Center, outside of the district itself, has only been used by a few groups. The season camp portion has not actually come up at all. So the comparison there is really for the Performing Arts Center with Commons. It's really the $100 versus $95 for community organization versus town-based nonprofit groups. And part of that difference was separating out. There was previously a event supervisor line that was built into that. And I separated that out because it was just causing confusion. And we were basically using that to pay for a first custodian. So now there's no built-in first custodian. For the Performing Arts Center without Commons, I'm basically making that option available to non-season camp groups, but the price is the same. It is not actually applied to anyone yet. The Commons itself, the price would go up effectively $5 for community groups. The Commons Annex, same. It's exactly the same, no change. Large group instruction room is up $5. And part of this is based on demand. The gymnasium is up effectively $5, but the high school gymnasium, it hasn't fit in the schedule for most anyone, just because it's in constant use by the district. Synthetic turf and track complex. Again, for most of this, you're comparing really the middle column on the old one to the first column on the new. The difference in pricing there is separating out that essentially first custodian that was built in on the current version. And it was only built in for those spaces in the auditorium. So now I'm treating them like everywhere else. And the cost difference is the cost difference for a custodian. At Nissitissit, effectively no price difference other than making the no lobby option available to non-camp groups. And the gymnasium is no price difference. Lobby's also no price difference. For the indoor facilities, classrooms, essentially no price difference. Library is new. And the library is not on the new one. That's probably just a miss on my part. It's usually just treated same as classroom. Kitchen is same. Cafeteria is effectively the same. The difference is separating out some of the language for the free rate. I just separated that out, and it's part of the 7 asterisk at the bottom. The auditoriums for Hawthornebrook, Vardenbrook, same. Spalding and Squanicook, the pricing is actually reduced for the gymnasiums because they weren't really in use. The Hawthornebrook and Vardenbrook gyms, the only difference is creating that half gym option at a reduced price. And natural turf fields, same cost, no change. The biggest changes are really just, as I said, under additional services, specifying the various staffing that could be hired, correcting the AV technician rate to align more closely with the current union contract, and kind of giving disclaimers on all of those that they may be adjusted to match contracts. I think custodial adjusted on the weekday and weekend overtime by $5, just because that we try to keep aligned with the highest possible pay rate.
All right. Chris, you have your hand risen.
Yeah, 2 questions. One, I think everything you just went through was all focused on the community organization column, right?
Yep.
I think you made some comments, things like the high school gym aren't really used by other groups because that's not really available. I guess, is there any reason that went from like 75 to 100? And then I think the turf maybe went the opposite direction. It went from
For the other groups?
For the other groups, yeah.
Yeah, and other groups only really applies to for-profit groups that have no district association or town association. They don't work with our students or anything of that nature. I just tried to keep them somewhat in line. The other groups column, I'm respecting the intention of that column, or trying to respect it to keep it in place. It is almost never used. It's only been used for like a couple of dance competitions that have been in the buildings, but we haven't even really been able to book those much lately.
Okay. And then I guess my second question is maybe more to the school committee. Are we trying to vote to approve this today or just approve for a first reading?
It's, I mean, it would be good to get this in place before July 1st so that the fees can be applied, but we'll go with the feeling from the committee. If they need more time to look at it, or if they want community feedback.
I feel like these changes are minor in large part. You know, mostly it seems like it's simplifying things a bit, and the actual price changes are pretty minimal. So I'm comfortable voting on this tonight, personally.
Might want to wait. Might want to wait.
Sure.
You guys might want to wait. I have a question.
No, we're not voting yet, Kim. You can
Okay.
still ask your question. What is your question?
Well, first is an easy one, I think. I think I might have got it figured out. So I'm going to use a real scenario. In the past, Townsend Historic Society has rented it for their like Irish dance. So 3 hours. They use the Performing Arts Center,
Mm-hmm.
and they have baked goods in the common. So $100 for the Performing Arts Center, $50 for the common, $150 an hour, $450 to do their show if it's 3 hours. It includes the bathrooms, right?
Does include the bathrooms, yes.
We're not
So I got
charging
the
for
math right, right?
I'm sorry, what was that? last
I
part?
got the math right.
Yes. So the difference using that scenario,
Yeah.
the difference in that cost would be $5 an hour.
Perfect. Very helpful. So one of the things I had chatted about, I think that I chatted about it with the superintendent at one point, is being able to rent the Performing Arts Center in the Commons to have like a fundraiser for a community event that would involve the ability to serve alcohol, which I know some schools do, some libraries do. Could we incorporate language into our policy for that, for over 21 events on the school grounds? Obviously, that would require getting permit from the town as well, but it would need to be in our policy as well, which would not make it so that we could do it tonight. It would have to be a first reading and suggested comments come back.
If I may request, I think that it involves looking at local laws and a number of different elements that I'm not prepared certainly to speak to at this time. Where this policy probably needs to be revised a few times anyways, I would personally request that we treat that as a separate issue. That might also get more back into KFR1 and KF a little bit more deeply than what is currently in this.
Yeah.
And that might also entail some other policies of like no alcohol on premises that we'd have to ban and all of that. So my suggestion is we take that off the table right now, Kim, and we do discovery on that and figure it out and then bring it back, but get this one through on first reading. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes, there is the ability to do it under the general courts. So I'm happy to be the one to research it and bring it forward, but I'm happy to go forward with the first reading on this. Just know everybody that I want to bring that back up.
All right, is everyone okay with the first reading for this tonight? All right, let's
Lisa,
have the motion. Whoops.
Could I just add one thing? Just so that everyone's aware prior to voting, I was expecting the need for first reading. July 1st would make for a very clean cutover. Most of our community groups are not doing much of anything till school starts. So my hope was that we could have a resolution before the start of school. But given the timing, I am realistic and I wasn't particularly hoping for a July 1st. I think even if it's for the start of school, that gives me time to make sure that all the community groups are aware and are forewarned.
That works. And then we can incorporate it back into our July 21st meeting, and you'll have it ready for the first.
That would be fine.
Beginning of school. All right. Motion. Oh, Kim, do you still have a question?
Nope, sorry.
Okay. All right. Motion.
All right.
Michael, you're on.
Yes, I was about ready to say it. All right. I move that the committee vote to approve policy KFE1 as presented for first reading. For first reading.
Can we actually put all of them in there?
Oh, we're gonna do
all three of them, because there are little tweaks that I think
okay.
we have to do in a few of them if we
So they all come as a package. Got it.
As a package.
All right. So let me revise. All right. I move that the committee vote to approve policies KF, KFE1, and KFR1 as presented for first reading.
I second.
That was Michael Bossier on the motion and Lisa Bloom on the second. Any questions? All right. Roll call vote. Jackie White.
Yes.
Alexander Bancuti.
Yes.
Michael Bossier.
Yes.
Lisa Bloom.
Yes.
Chris Sloan.
Yes.
And myself, yes. All right.
You
Those
forgot
are out
about me.
for- Oh, Kim Craven. Sorry, you were
Yes.
Kim. All right. Sorry, Kim. All right. Moving on to community outreach and liaisons. Carla is not on the call tonight. Pepperell update,
I have
Alexander.
nothing to report.
All right. And Townsend. I know that Keenan had to jump off, but we can make the motion to appoint him as a Townsend Community Outreach Liaison, if that works, if somebody would read that motion.
Where is it?
I can do it.
All right.
I move to appoint Keenan Francois as a 2026-2027 Townsend Community Outreach and Town Liaison. Sorry.
Second.
I think it was Alexander Bancuti and Michael Labossiere on the second.
No,
I think
Lisa got it.
Oh, Lisa Bloom. All right. So Michael or Alexander Bancuti on the motion, Lisa Bloom on the second. Sorry about that, Robin. Jackie, roll call vote. Any questions? Roll call vote. Jackie White,
Yes.
Michael Labossiere,
Yes.
Craven, Lisa Bloom,
Yes.
Alexander Bancuti,
Yes.
Sloan.
Yes.
Oh, yes. All right. Anything else? Any other business?
I do. Sorry.
Superintendent Morgan.
Yes, sorry. So, as the committee's aware, I did send off some staffing information, and unfortunately, we did not have this information in time to get it posted within the 48 hours because we had Admin Institute last Wednesday and Thursday, and this was not prepared until relatively late on Thursday, and Friday was Juneteenth. So it did not give me enough time to post it, so I shared information as soon as I could. So I do not believe this requires school committee approval, but I do want to make you aware. And if you feel otherwise and feel it needs a vote, that's fine also. But in looking at staff sizes at Admin Institute last week, we have had some decent shifts in the district over the course of the spring. And we still have some questions in kindergarten. So the original hope of being able to utilize the extra kindergarten position we had in Townsend and the extra kindergarten position we had in Pepperell into other areas is not something we're going to be able to do. We are going to have to create an additional kindergarten section in both at both Varnum Brook and Squanicook. Numbers are quite high again. This will get them down, and that's without any registrations over the course of the summer. So this will put us in a good position, and those positions were already in the budget for FY27. In addition to that, we are adding an additional grade 1 teacher at Squanicook and a grade 3 teacher at Spalding. Again, the hope was to utilize those kindergarten teachers for those positions, but with registration, it would not happen. And those are also being absorbed into the FY27 budget. What I do want to make the committee aware of is that we had a change at the high school level where we have multiple sections of English and social studies in the low 30s. So I am moving forward in asking for a 1.0 English social studies dual certified position at the high school. And in addition to that, there was a request from the administration to go back to the COVID model that we had when we had one building-based substitute per building. We have had a very difficult time filling substitute positions. Many days we go without. Actually, most days we go without, and we end up having to fill those positions with paraprofessionals. When we use paraprofessionals, we're pulling them from providing special education services. And one of the obstacles we face is that there are districts out there that are paying $150 to $200 a day. We're paying $100 a day. So we're looking to add one building-based substitute per building at $150 per day and essentially guaranteeing them employment for all 180 days. I honestly don't know of any days where we didn't need a substitute in any building. So these are positions that will absolutely be utilized. They'll be able to cover for special education when needed. We won't be pulling paraprofessionals anymore. And the hope is that we will actually be able to fill these positions, because instead of $100 a day, these positions would pay $150 a day. But again, they would be guaranteed that everyone would be assigned to a particular building. So every building would get one. So at this point in time, the additional high school teacher and those 6 building-based subs would have to be used from revolving funds, which we have the ability to do. The only time that I would ask for school committee approval, and I may come back and ask for it, is rather than using preschool revolving or extended day, I may ask to potentially use school choice, because we have a lot of money in school choice, but I cannot use school choice without the school committee's approval. So again, I feel like I'm asking or providing you with information that I've been told to make sure that class size is a priority for next year and that our coverage is a priority. And that's what this request is. I will say the building-based substitute was a piece that came up late, and it was a request by the administration, the building-based administration at Admin Institute on Thursday. And quite honestly, from a budget standpoint, it makes a lot of sense because we were unable to fill those substitute positions on most days, requiring us to fill from within, which is really a difficult practice to follow because it could set us up for compensatory services. So I don't know how the committee feels about it. Again, I do not believe it requires a vote, but it does address our class size issues and some other deficiencies that we have in the district.
And for context, when I was subbing 13 years ago, when I first got out of college, it was $100 a day. So
yeah,
it's long overdue for an increase at this point, because it was $100 a day, literally 13 years ago.
And we just increased to $100 a day a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it was $100 a day for college degree. I think it was 70 if you didn't.
I think so.
That's what I remember from. Again, it was a long time ago, though.
It was low.
Yeah.
Kim
If I had my degree, I got 100.
Kim Craven.
So, gotta go back to the transfers. The transfers that we just did should essentially be freeing up the money in your FY27 budget, correct?
I will let Dr. Cormier answer the question on the transfers.
Okay.
I didn't, or Nancy, either one. I didn't see Nancy was still on.
Well, in the detail line, we did have to put a significant amount of money into the substitute lines to cover the overages from this year, because there was one building had 7 long-term subs. So I mean, there was at the end of it, it looks like we were like on track with our sub, but it's not based what we started FY26 thinking we would need. And it's gone up in the last 3 years. I think it's gone up like 20%.
But these aren't the day-to-day subs that we're running into issues with. These are long-term subs. So the issue that what we can't fill are the people that call in sick on a particular day.
Yeah. I have no problem whatsoever with hiring the staff. It's just sort of where the funding is coming from. And I didn't really have time when we got your email to dive in. And I know you were getting it late too.
So Kim, you're breaking up, but
sorry.
It may come to the point we can cover it in the regular operating budget and not need to go to any revolving funds, but we just wanted to make it known that it may have to happen. We put it this way: we didn't want to not do it because we couldn't guarantee it would be operating budget. But if we get to the end of the year and we find that we have that we're able to cover it, then that's what we'll do.
Thank you.
You're just making the committee aware that the funds are there. It just might be a different funding source.
Yes, and to my knowledge right now, this will take care of our class size issues that we had last year, based on the reports I've received from building administrators.
And I can add more to what Superintendent Morgan said about the building-based sub. That person will be in constant use the entire time. So it's a investment that's well worth it. That person will have a classroom every day, or different duties, but probably a classroom every day.
Yeah, in essence, we're going to spend that money anyway. But if you have one consistent person you can count on every day to even build community with staff and with students, like, it's probably better than just being able to who's available today to come in here and plug a need. But if you just know you have one person floating through a building and rotating, like, that's probably a better use of the same money.
They become a part of the community.
No, I think it's a great idea. I just, remembering back to the budget, it seemed like you might have that available to you without having to tap into the other ones. If you have to, it's fine. I like you finding the solution proactively. And I like the idea that you have someone consistently, because there's always going to be that opening. So I think it's great.
All right.
That's all I had to share.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? All right. It is 10:03 p.m. I will take a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
That is Alexander Bancuti with the motion, Michael Labossiere with the second. Any objections? No. All right. Let's go. Jackie White,
Yes.
Michael Labossiere,
Yes.
Craven, Kim?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry. You freeze a few times.
Yep. The internet saying meeting's over.
All right, Lisa Bloom. Oh, you're on mute, Lisa Bloom. But I see that you said yes. Yes, she said yes. Alexander Bancuti,
Yes.
Chris Sloan,
Yes.
myself, yes. All right, good night, everyone.
Night,
Good
everyone.
night.
Good night.